Welcome everybody to the fall edition of the BioStock Life Science Summit 2021, hosted from our studios in Lund and Stockholm. We can look forward to a program jam-packed with presentations from more than 25 leading companies within the life science sector, and all the presentations will be available after the event on our website and on our YouTube channel. We'd like to say a big thank you to all of you for watching at home, and also to our event partners Nasdaq and Potter Clarkson. And without more ado, I will leave the word to my colleague Martin.
The first company to present is Carbiotix and CEO Christopher Cook. Welcome, Christopher.
Thank you, Martin. Pleasure to be here today.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at the BioStock Life Science Summit 2001. What I thought about doing today is essentially going through the motivation of why Carbiotix exists in the first place, then going to how, in terms of the problem we solve, what we are doing, and when we are going to do it. And in connection with that, this roadmap, which I presented quite recently as well. But let's go back, I think, to the beginning. What is the microbiome? Well, it's the 100 trillion microorganisms that are living on us and in us as well. And just in the large intestine and the distal colon, there are 30 trillion bacteria. And these bacteria are living off of soluble fibers, otherwise known as prebiotics. And when they consume these prebiotics, they produce key metabolites, such as butyric acid. And they play a very important role in maintaining the integrity of the lining of the large intestine, where 70% of your immune system resides. They're also important in terms of the regulation and management of blood sugar, cholesterol, and triggering different chronic and metabolic diseases as well. So this is an extremely important ecosystem, and we are as much microorganism as we are human. Now, if we look at the progression of these probiotic bacteria we have in our guts, both in terms of volume and diversity, we know as infants, as we move into consuming more solid foods, we have this explosion of the amount of diversity and numbers of probiotic bacteria. But as we go through life, and this is indicative of the Western world, we start to see a decrease, and especially with the incurrence of different types of chronic diseases, we see these communities crashing in terms of host probiotic species. Now, there are different ways of addressing this. Obviously, the introduction of probiotics have been utilized to introduce new species or to sort of ameliorate the problem for different individuals. But the jury is still out in terms of the grafting of these, whether these populations remain, and whether the introduction of these external probiotics, whether they have a detrimental impact on your host probiotics over time as well. One thing we do know, however, is that prebiotics, again, the food for your host probiotic species, are lacking in essentially 90% of the adult population today in the Western world, and between 50, probably up to 80% deficiency amongst these 90% of adults. And the reason for that is severalfold. It's the overconsumption of sugars, red meats, alcohols, emulsifiers, all the good things in life, unfortunately. But how can we address this? Well, I think as a CEO of this company, you have to practice what you preach. And in 2017, I decided to take a journey to consume a large amount of a prebiotic. In this case, a best-in-class prebiotic at market at the time. And what I wanted to do is to see whether, if I consume this prebiotic over time, could I restore this host probiotic population in my own gastrointestinal system. And I consume between 5 and 40 grams. 5 grams is typically the deficiency that most dietitians and nutritionists recommend to supplement. And I consumed well above that. And today I still consume about 20 grams a day. And during the COVID period, I consumed about 40 if I needed an extra boost. But what this data shows you is that there's an upward trend in terms of the improvement of gut health measured by looking at different short-chain fatty acids. Again, these metabolites produced from my host probiotic bacteria. But what was also, and probably more interesting from this type of analysis, is that long-term data is needed to observe this trend. For example, if we took a data point in a trough, would that be representative of my gut health over the long term? Probably not. The same thing with a peak data point. Therefore, longitudinal data is necessary to understand trends. And therefore, if you're going to offer a test in this space, you have to collect longitudinal data, and therefore the price of your test becomes extremely important. So what did we do? Well, at Carbiotix, we came up with the concept of the smart prebiotic that builds upon an efficacious prebiotic having a high bifidogenic effect, i.e. stimulating the production of these key metabolites, as well as a tolerance. You have to be able to consume large amounts if you want a large effect. Also being able to match this prebiotic with individual needs. Does this individual need this product? Does it produce an effect, and can we increase the effect over time? Because what this fundamentally means is that, are we going to introduce transparency into the products we're selling? Can we personalize these products over time as well? And then lastly, can we create synergies across different product groups, i.e. if you consume it as a nutraceutical or a food product, as a medical food or something else? Can we introduce it into as many different food products or different food products as well as medical products as possible to get synergy effects between these products? This is the concept of the smart prebiotic that we introduced. Now, if we look at the mission of the company, it's built fundamentally on this concept of the smart prebiotic. The mission is to increase the consumption of soluble fibers and prebiotics in people's diets. Again, why? Because of the deficiency in the fact that our own host probiotic bacteria need these prebiotics. And to do that, we want to manufacture, again, a balance between the lowest cost and most effective prebiotic possible. And we want to sell this prebiotic through as many forms and channels as possible. Again, food, nutraceutical, medical food, and therapeutic. And then we want to validate the efficacy of these products. Again, offering this cost-effective gut health test to provide transparency and to allow for personalization. So, what do we offer today? Well, LinkGut is a concept we launched originally as a B2C service, and now it's entirely a B2B service. And what it is a white label API service offering a gut health test to any organization in the world who wants to collect this data and interpret this data and provide this data to their customers. And today, I'm very proud to say that our test has the lowest cost today. It's 50 to 75% less costly than the next alternative in the marketplace. It's the most reliable service because we're collecting longitudinal data. Again, a prerequisite to offer a test where you can collect longitudinal data is to have a low cost. And it's the most flexible solution as well in the marketplace. In the sense is because we're working with all these different companies and their requirements, we're able to collect ideas from all of our partners, embed this into our application, and then roll that out across all of our partners today. Now we're targeting a market which is about 100 million euros today, but the total market for gut health or microbiome diagnostics is about 1 billion. So as we move from sort of this consumer space into research and academia, we can take this ecosystem and eventually target that market as well. But for the time being, we're targeting consumer applications. Now, Carbiotix is our next generation prebiotic material. Again, one of the key foundations of this smart prebiotic concept is to have a strong pillar or a strong prebiotic product. And in this case, Carbiotix, which is our first product, but definitely not our last product, because the ambition of the company is to bring multiple prebiotic products to market, is a market that today is about 5 billion euros, growing at a roughly 10%. In this case, we want to bring to market a product that is up to 10 times more effective, has key functional properties such as emulsification properties, but is also an attractive price point for each of the product groups we are targeting. And in this case, because we're targeting initially maize, it has the highest level of this particular active ingredient that we're looking for in terms of AX. We also saw that we can take our ingredient, purify it, and sell it in the form of a medical food. So targeting a co-intervention application to address pharmacokinetic issues as well as the side effects of different therapeutics. Now, this market is substantially larger. It's a 15 billion euro market where today there aren't any prebiotic medical foods. So this is a new area to enter, but because of the time horizon in terms of how a prebiotic product modulates the gut over time, it's extremely complementary to other more synthetic pharmaceutical products. And today we're involved in 2 studies, a type 2 diabetes study looking at metformin as well as a CVD study as well. Now, to take this one step further, obviously there's an opportunity to look at unique symbiotic formulations where we're combining both probiotics. Again, we are pro-probiotic if the probiotic doesn't lead to a decrease in host probiotic populations. So if we introduce a probiotic with a prebiotic, and that leads to the establishment of stronger communities and the growth of host probiotic populations, that makes sense to us. And in this case, we want to target the same disease areas as our medical foods, but introduce something we call co-treatments. And again, this is about being able to modulate the gut more effectively. So where do we stand today with regards to our diagnostics and our prebiotics? In the case of Link Gut, we went through a development phase in Q1, initial introduction phase, a beta phase in Q3, and then obviously the first full-scale rollout now. And what we anticipate is actually one new full-scale rollout every quarter going forward, well into 2022 as well as beyond that. And the goal here is quite simple. It's to leverage the fact that we are the most cost-effective, flexible, and reliable gut health test on the market, and we want to become the de facto B2B service in this space because the future is about transparency, the future is about personalization, and this test becomes the backbone and the validator of any type of intervention, and especially the interventions that we're selling in terms of the different modulators. With regards to Carbiotix, and this has been communicated as well, our goal is that the site renovation is complete by November of this year, and phase 1 of the first installation is completed by the end of the year. Additionally, there'll be work done regarding the GRAS process, and there what we're doing is collecting, I think it was 5 batches and sending them for analysis, and they'll be included in the dossier that's submitted to this particular expert panel. But the key thing there is that we collect samples from batches that are representative of our process, and that's why there has been a slight delay in connection with building up of this process as well. So once our process is in place, we can utilize that, collect the batches, use them within the dossier, and then that process can move forward as well. So it's very logical. Where is this site going to be based? Well, this site is based in Bjuv, Sweden, so outside of Helsingborg, and this site will be our primary production site for nutraceutical products going forward, as well as eventually medical foods and therapeutics as well. So food-based ingredients we sell will probably be built close to the sourcing of the raw materials and the customers as well, especially in the F&B space, and therefore continental United States as well as continental Europe as well. In this particular case, we're extremely pleased by getting access to this site, and kudos have to be sent to Food Hills for being a property owner that's displayed great flexibility and cooperation in getting this site in place. So we're extremely pleased to be based at this site. Last but not least, recently we introduced a product roadmap, and in that roadmap, where the smart prebiotic is essentially embedded in every single modulator class, so this diagnostic service, we communicated that we'd be first targeting supplement ingredients, and there the total addressable market we're looking at is about €1 billion, coming first into the United States, getting GRAS self-information because of the the bar itself in connection with that regulatory requirement, and then moving into Europe in 2023 and the rest of the world in 2024. This will be followed, obviously, because of the requirement for scaling up the food and beverage ingredient and the partners that need to be brought into that constellation. 2025 will be the goal there for the US, and 2026 for the rest of the world. In the case of the supplement, we're targeting a product with a 30 to 40 euro per kg price point with a 75% gross margin, and in the case of the F&B products ingredients, we're targeting 10 euros per kilo with a 50 to 75% gross margin. Moving forward, obviously the medical food co-interventions and Carbiotix therapeutic co-treatments will be moving into 2025 onwards as well with these products. But these products are extremely interesting because the price per kilo is extremely high at 100 plus euros per kg, and the gross margins are very attractive as well. And with that, I welcome any questions.
Great, Christopher.
Yeah,
I have
thank
one.
you. Certainly.
You mentioned the self-GRAS affirmation process. Why is that important? Can you just repeat that?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, the GRAS process is it's a prerequisite to sell the product in the United States. And in this case, it's a self-affirmation process. And a self-affirmation process is we declaring as a company that the product is safe. So it's not a review by the FDA. The requirement with self-affirmation is that we construct a dossier, a safety dossier. It's sent to a panel of 3 people, not within the FDA, but independent experts. The experts review the dossier, they deem it as a safe product, and then if the FDA requires that we provide a dossier demonstrating its safety, we can provide that dossier with the confirmation from this panel of experts that it is safe. That's the first stage. The second stage after that, once we get maturity in our process, i.e. that we have consistency of production, optimization curve planes out in terms of not being able to change the process fundamentally. Once we achieve that, then we can go for no objection, which is where we actually provide a dossier to the FDA, and then they provide, they don't give any comment, and that's why it's called no objection. To sell the product in the United States, self-affirmation is fully acceptable. A lot of our competitive first-generation products are only self-affirmation awarded, and therefore we feel that that's an adequate bar to meet to start selling the product within the United States. And it provides the template dossier that we can use both for the no objection as well as the novel foods application within Europe. And again, it's important to remind the audience that we will be introducing multiple products, looking at multiple substrate materials to capitalize, especially on local materials, because we're not only looking at the cost, but we're looking at the carbon impact. What is the carbon footprint of our product as well? And therefore sourcing locally becomes an important factor.
So the GRAS affirmation is a prerequisite for introducing in the Carbiotix in supplements. And is there a difference between supplements and things like beverages and or?
Yeah, the benefit obviously starting with the supplement product is a product where you have a much higher price point, so 30 to 40 euros per kg, and attractive gross margins as well. Whether we need to resubmit an application for a food and beverage application really depends on our end product. Is it substantially different than obviously our nutraceutical product? And that will be ironed out obviously as we go through the scale-up process and determine what will be how will that product be in terms of its composition. Is it fundamentally different? Yes, then we need to go through that GRAS process again. But fundamentally, we can base that on the initial self-affirmation dossier we put together. So once we figure out the process, again, we're looking at 2024-25 for this food and beverage ingredient. We know the market for nutraceuticals is €1 billion market, so it's quite big already, and it's probably 200,000 tons or something of that order. And again, the site we're building is going to be within 4 to 5 years 1,000 tons. Yeah. So we're not taking a significant portion of the market. The market is big and it's growing at plus 10% per annum as well. So the company could fundamentally survive in the nutraceutical space with a high price product, very good margins, and not enter the F&B space. But I want to get this product through as many channels as possible to access as many people as possible to impact, obviously, the gut health of people positively.
Looking at the more short term, then, what would be the most important activities for Carbiotix for 2022?
Yeah, getting our process online, start producing product, getting the first sales contract in place. Obviously, the completion of the GRAS assay to initiate those sales. Scaling up of the process as well. We've seen good interest to date in the product, and being able to scale up, as I mentioned, up to 100 tons at the existing footprint is a primary task. At the same time, obviously rolling out the diagnostic services to key clients as well, so building up that validation, personalization tool, and then working with the next generation of production. Although we're looking at food and beverage, ingredient access applications, in 24 and 25, that process has to be started early. These partners have to be brought in, so the engineering and the financing, all these things have to be started early. So finding suitable partners already for North America as well as continental Europe, that process has to start immediately. And actually, we have started that process. I'm not going to wait for things to happen in a certain pragmatic order. We start the process given the fact that we see opportunity already in terms of forming partnerships in different constellations. Over and above that, further development of different prebiotic products. So our R&D team working with different enzymes on different substrates, and then making progress on our medical foods with regards to the studies, as well as getting some critical IP in place for our therapeutics as well. So a lot to be done, exciting times, because we're obviously moving into another location and having a production site. Getting ISO standards in place, we're making very good progress there, so which helps us professionalize the entire organization as well, and ramping up sales activities. And this is why we brought in, both on the engineering side and our board, 2 key individuals with process and engineering experience and industry experience from the F&B nutraceutical space, as well as Eric, our head of sales, who's doing a fantastic job in building up that sales pipeline.
Sounds like a lot of reasons to keep following you.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christopher.
Yeah, thank you, Martin.
Welcome to our first presentation here at our Stockholm studio featuring Senzime, and presenting is CEO of the company, Pia Renaudin. Welcome, Pia.
Thank you. It's really great to be here. Senzime is a Swedish medtech company. We are developing and commercializing a tetragraph system which actually follows the patient's muscles during surgeries, so the doctor knows when it's safe to wake up the patient again. I'd like to use the first part of my presentation to give you or describe the main reasons why I believe that Senzime is a really interesting company to invest in. So if I start with a summary of the 5 most important reasons according to me. So the first one is that there is a huge market, there is a great unmet medical need, but also in pure financial numbers, it's really big. We have a superior product offering. It's the best technique with unique algorithms based on more than 10 years of research and development sprung from the Mayo Clinic in the US. Thirdly, the business model is really interesting. We have recurrent sales and recurrent revenues due to the sensor disposables that are being used with our monitor. We also have a commercial platform. We now have a subsidiary in the US and in Germany, and we have a licensing agreement with Fukuda Denshi in Japan and with Moss in Italy. And we also work with partners in our other top priority countries, and we work very closely with them. So we really have a really great commercial platform. And lastly, but not least, the ELT is a really competent team with a lot of extensive experience from global commercialization, and we also have a very engaged board of directors. So let me start with the first reason, the market. So there are about 160 million surgeries every year in the Senzime markets. And I think you're probably pretty much aware that when you have surgery, you're being put to sleep, you sleep. What is more or less unknown is that in more than 50% of the cases, the patients are being given something which is called a muscle paralyzing medication. They are really important, but when you do that, you cannot breathe for yourself and you're being intubated. These medications are responsible for a lot of complications. Studies are showing different things, but around 30% of all these cases get some type of complications, and 1 million every year get what is called a critical respiratory event, and that could actually be life-threatening. Doctors are aware of this. Data exists since a very long time, and they know what they need to do. They know that the patient should have 90% of the muscle capacity back before you extubate and take out the breathing tube. But the issue today is that what exists today are really old and analog methods, and they are really suboptimal. If you look to the left hand of the slide, you can see that the first one, which is still being used, is that the doctor is actually just sort of asking the patient if they can lift their head. And this is something the patients can already do when they have 40% of the muscle capacity, so far away from what you need to be. Then you have the nerve stimulation, which is still pretty much used in the US, where you actually stimulate the nerve 4 times. It's called train of 4. And then you will see a movement of the thumb or another finger. And it's up to the doctor to see if there is a fade, if the muscle response is getting slower. And this is really like flipping a coin, so it doesn't help at all. In the 90s, there were AMG, the analog technique, started to be available, and it was much better, but still have some issues with the preciseness. And it was also around this time where Professor Sorenbrull started to work on what had to become then, what became later Tetragraph, so our system. So Tetra system is finally something that can actually respond to the need of the doctors. It's built on the best technique. It's not measuring the movement of the thumb, but actually the reaction in the muscle, which is much more precise. And it's built on unique algorithms. It has taken more than 10 years from the Mayo Clinic in the US. So what we have today is a easy to use, a very precise and accurate product, which can also be used in all different kinds of surgery, like robotic surgery and laparoscopic surgery. And we also approved in Europe, South Korea, Japan, and in the United States. This is a picture to show a little bit the different players in the market, and you have to be up in the right-hand side. So you need to have an objective monitoring, and it needs to be accurate and precise to be useful for the doctors. And it's not very crowded, there are a few more. But this is a big paradigm shift that we are going to do now, where we have to move from the older versions to the new, which is already seen as being the new gold standard technique. There's been a lot of publications coming out this year, and anesthesiology, which is the highest impact journal in this area, this is the current issue. It's out now, and you can actually see that it's our TetraSense, our Tetragraph system, on the first cover page. So this is great. It's also, of course, our study, which is in the journal, and they thought it was so important. They also did what you can see to the right side, sort of paintings, or they are bringing out the information in a more easy to understand way as well. The study in itself is a great study showing Tetragraph superiority over the older techniques, how much more precise we are. But there have been more studies coming out this year. For instance, an health economic study showing that this is a hospital in Philadelphia in the US, which showed that when EMG technique is used, even if you don't even care about the safety of the patient, you only need to reduce the complications in 5 patients to break even in terms of in economics numbers. So also very important study. And then of course, even though we know that there are complications and that if you monitor the complications, you will reduce the complications. When you get to science, it's really important to be able to show with the documentation, with a specific study, that actually you can link the reduction of the complications to the monitoring, and this is what this study is doing. So, a lot of data, a great product, but also the expert guidelines that are coming out. They're coming out more and more, and they are being more and more strict in terms of the recommendation coming from the scientific society to the treating doctors. And one of the latest guidelines was actually the British guidelines. They came out during the summer, and they are just incredibly good and courageous, because they are actually saying that you should use a monitor every time you are giving neuromuscular paralyzing medication, and you should have a monitor in every operating theater. So this is really, really good, and we could immediately see the effect from our distributor in the UK. They have so many evaluations ongoing right now, and yeah, it's of course it's not needed to have these guidelines, but it helps. So the third reason was the business model with the recurrent revenues, and this picture is just to sort of share with you like the number of operating theater that you can find in our market, 170,000, and about 80 million surgeries every year taking place with neuromuscular paralyzing agents. So if you just look at full potential, so if all of these operating theater would put in a tetragraph, that would be worth 3.6 billion crowns. But much more interesting, if you look at the sensor, or if every operation with neuromuscular block would be using a TetraSens, that would be worth almost 12 billion Swedish crowns yearly. So you can see that even if you took just a small part of this, it's really, really interesting. Then the commercial platform. So we exist today in 29 countries. We have subsidiaries in the US and in Germany, and we have a licensing agreement with Fukuda Denshi in Japan and Moss in Italy. And on top of that, we are really working closely with distributors, partners in our other key markets, which is, for instance, South Korea and the bigger European countries, and also Australia. So in the US, for instance, we are now 10 people, a commercial team of 10 in the US. Chris Estes is our president. He has a vast amount of experience. He comes from Medtronics, where he has had several top positions, but he has also worked in smaller companies. So he's really, really good, being able to recruit a top team. But of course, we also have Professor Soren Brull, who is the inventor and also a top key opinion leader in this field. He has published more than 400 publications, it's more now, but around there. And of course, he's opening door for us, so that's really good. We have had breakthrough orders, and very recently we had a very big clinic in the US where we placed, just to give you an idea, we placed 26 monitors, and we have a contractual sort of a minimum sensor order on a yearly basis, which is really the way we're working in the US, but this is really good. The subsidiary in Germany was set up at the beginning of this year, and Andre Ludwig, the sales or the country lead in Germany, has more than 20 years of experience in the anesthesia field. He knows all the top key opinion leaders, but he also knows the relevant contacts in the GPOs. The GPOs are the purchasing organizations, which are very important in Germany, not at the level we are right now, but very soon it's also important to have contracts with the GPOs, but he knows them. And we are now 3 people in Germany. We have had breakthrough orders, and we have a lot of evaluations ongoing. So that was my 5 main reason that to really explain why I think Senzime is a really exciting company. So first of all, the market is a huge market. There is a true unmet medical need. There is a problem that we can actually help the healthcare professionals to solve. We have a superior product offering, which has a unique algorithm and is really based on a long period of research and development. The business model with the recurrent revenue is very interesting, and you saw the numbers before. It makes a big difference when you can rely on that recurrent revenue. And we can also see from it's still early days, but we can still see that the way we sort of calculated this, it's rather we calculated rather on the low end of the usage. So we feel very good about that. And then of course the commercial platform. We now have subsidiaries in 2 really important countries and great partnerships. So we have a really good platform to continue to build from. And of course, having been able to recruit really good people, and we continue to recruit great people together with a really engaged board of directors is really important. But with that, I will move into financials. We had our 3rd quarter report, the best quarter ever. Despite the pandemic, who has really been it's been a little bit tough for us, because the last sort of step in the purchasing process is really to do an evaluation. So you are in the hospital and you educate and train, and the doctors are actually using your monitor. And of course it's been hard. We have not been allowed for a long period of time. It's been opening up sometimes and then closed again. It hasn't been easy to get in all the time to the hospitals. But despite that, good sales in Q3, and you can immediately see that when we increase the sales, we will also get a great improvement in the margins, and this is really related to the better sales. During this year, some of the main things that happen is of course the setup of the German subsidiary. We have also seen a lot of publications coming out. We also took the step to Stockholm Nasdaq main market in June. Korea had some reimbursement in more severe patients. Really good for Korea, helps the sales there. Nothing which would ever be needed for the US and Europe, but that was good for Korea. And of course the British guidelines were probably a really important part too. We have very big ambitions. We want to become, and we will become, the number 1, the leader in the neuromuscular monitoring segment with 10% market share. We will sell for 200 million Swedish crowns in 2023, and we stand steady with this. And our vision is actually a world without anesthesia-related complications. So this is a big vision, and we have a lot to do. But of course, I would hope that there are more of you that want to join us on this journey. I think it's really, really exciting. So with that, yes, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Pia, for that presentation. I just have some questions for you. I'd like to begin by talking about your sales numbers. You mentioned this past quarter you had your best quarter ever in sales. To what do you attribute this success?
So there are 2 main reasons, I would say. And first of all, the sales are coming from the 3 different regions, so from Asia, Europe, and the US. Equally. We are still in a phase where they can fluctuate, but this time we have from Norway, so that's really good. And the second is actually that we can see that the sensor, the sales of the sensor is really good. It's actually better than we kind of calculated on. So what I'm saying is actually that when we have monitors installed, they're being used a little bit more than we actually counted on. So that's very positive news.
Yeah, that's great. What's your strategy to keep up the momentum?
So our strategy is actually to continue, of course, to drive the sales. And the main strategy is to drive the sales in the US and Germany with our direct sales force. But in the US, for instance, we are also working together with distributors. So we signed during this year actually with Mercury Medical. It's a really good match for us. It's a really well-renowned company in the US, so we can actually have a broader footprint and sort of get the traction and move faster. So that's part of the strategy in the US. And of course, in Europe, Germany is the biggest and most important market in Europe. So that's where we go direct there, and then we continue to work really closely with distributors and try to cherry pick and really handpick the best distributors, the ones that are focused on anesthesia and are really engaged. And we work really closely, and we are often out if there are really important evaluations. We can even support on site. So we work like if they were our own, and I think that's very important part of our strategy.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned the US, you mentioned Germany. Of course, these are your two subsidiaries. How do they strengthen the company?
So they strengthen the company in different ways. I think firstly, it's really that you get the control. You know what is happening. You can test and try. You learn, and you get the contact with the physicians, with the doctor, with the hospitals. You keep the control. But of course, it's also financially better. You get a better gross margin, so that's also important.
And finally, what are your ambitions? Do you have global ambitions, not only in terms of some subsidiaries, of course, but market share?
Yeah, so we want to take 10% market share of this market. We haven't set a date to that yet, but we believe in the best product that we have, and also this paradigm shift going towards the new technique and the better products. But also on the existing market, we are small, but we want to be bigger, of course, but doing also the right things. So we have ambitions. We want to be the leader in this segment, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks so much for answering the questions, and thanks for your presentation, and we wish you all the best for your upcoming work.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next up from our studio here in Stockholm is Chordate Medical, and here to present is CEO Anders Weiland. Welcome, Anders.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for listening in or watching, and good morning to everybody. This is a very short, brief presentation of Chordate, a Swedish company with its scientific roots at Karolinska Institute, way back in time. The company is listed at the NGM SME list under the tag CMH. Right now we are in the conversion period or redemption period of a warrant called TO7, and that warrant goes on for conversion until the 29th of October. It can be traded until the 27th of October, also on the same list. So that's a little bit about the actualities right now. So let's get into this. Our primary indication is chronic migraine, a very severe condition which concerns about 2% of the world population. It's different from what we know as the regular migraine that many of us have experienced. That is usually called episodic migraine that shows up once in a while. But there are many people concerned with this, and the condition is defined as having 15 days of headache per month and also 8 migraine episodes. Then you are labeled as a chronic migrainer. That compounds about 140 million people in the world. That's a lot of people. It's also extremely costly for the society, and the weight of that cost lies on the productivity side. Loss of productivity in school or studies and work, of course, because you are not fully functional during an attack or episode. In Sweden, particularly, this is usually still within the 2%, whereas the general migraine situation in Sweden is usually published as 13% prevalence, a lot more common among women than among men. So that is the indication, and this is of course treated in many different ways, predominantly by drugs, oral drugs or other ways of administering. Common for all treatment alternatives to migraine is that they have a relatively low response rate. This is something that the healthcare provision is used to, and also the patients. Not only is it not so that everybody responds to all the alternatives, but it changes over time. So you may have relative success with one alternative, one drug, and over time, over a year, this would fade and you would need to seek another alternative. So this means that both the patients and their physicians are more or less in a constant search for the next thing that could work for this patient. Changing drug or alternative also means that you would change the side effect profile that you need to accept or tolerate. Otherwise, you have to move on to the next alternative. Lately, there has been additions to this in terms of the CGRP inhibitors and antagonists. Very good drugs, but still with a less response. I mean, the response in general for all these alternatives are less than 50%. You can also choose to undergo Botox treatments. That regularly happens 4 times a year, once a quarter. It consists of 31 plus injections around the face, your neck, and the scalp. And many people find remedy in this, but the response rate in general, scientifically, is rather low, to be honest. But for those patients that this is functioning, it is a liked alternative. So that is the treatment situation. This, of course, means that there is money attached to this, and the drug side of migraine medicine compounds about $8 to $9 billion per year, and it's growing steadily at plus 10% per year, aggregated. The Botox side is about the 10th of that, or $700 million. With less of a growth. It's quite saturated as a market. Lately we have seen additions from the medtech side, where we belong. And neuromodulation, which is the label of the industry, is said to have a reasonable revenue in total, but it's notable that the majority of that revenue comes from very advanced implantable neurostimulators for other conditions than migraine. It could though involve chronic pain of various types. Quite complicated products, actually. We belong to less than 10% of that market, and our technology is in comparison extremely simple, if you like, or less complicated. Our technology as such is called kinetic oscillation stimulation, and it is a unique technology. It is basically based on a mechanical vibrating balloon driven by an air pillar in a catheter attached to one of these two machines that you see on the screen here. There is no one else in the world that have that choice of stimulations, but there are others. Electrical stimulators of various types, electromagnetic stimulations of various types. One of these machines or one of these installations can potentially perform about 2,000 routines per one shift or day shift if it's fully utilized. So it's quite productive, actually. And our business model is protected by an electronic code that you need to feed into these controllers. Without these codes, the machine would not do a treatment routine. So we have kind of an electronic lock on our business. We do deliver the catheters as single-use items or disposables, but that's not really essential to our business model as such. There is also a difference between our other or first indication, that was chronic rhinitis or stuffed nose, chronic stuffed nose, where you need maybe 1-2 treatments per year, whereas a migraine patient would probably need a lot more, 5 times that or so. What that means in the bottom line aspect is that this is truly a repeat order business. The patients will come back, and it's really the treatments that we're seeing our revenue coming from going forward. So that's a little bit about our business model and the technology as such. Financially, you have the last second quarter report summary on the left there. I'm not going to spend time on it. Right now, as I mentioned, the warrant, the TO7, is what's extremely interesting. We have about a week or 2 weeks left of that before it is going to be complete. And if that one is fully utilized, the company can bring in an equivalent of 36 million Swedish crowns, which is, of course, extremely important for our strategy going forward, both midterm and long term. We have also announced lately that we will move our share from trading at the NGM SME to an application for a listing on the Nasdaq First North Growth Market. There is no set timetable for that yet, but of course this process is something we work on constantly, and hopefully this will happen relatively soon. We have also announced lately that for the first time we appeared in a global market analysis, a commercial such, which gave us quite interesting insights and a very prominent position where we of course is more or less not visible right now because we basically just started. But as you can see on the graph, the projection for our growth angle or trajectory is extremely interesting in a couple of years, and we're grateful for this study. It is, however, notable that this study focuses only on home care business models as such, which we don't really think is the future for this modality. We do believe that the weight of the becoming market for neuromodulation is funneled through the clinical markets for sure. So we rather see a prescribed model going forward, which also, in fact, this study projects and it corresponds to the growth of our sales here. But you can also see how the leader in this market is projected to lose revenue over time, and there are others coming up. But this is a private, electable, over-the-counter kind of purchase pattern they have projected here, and this is not where we're looking. We're looking only on channeling through the clinical market. So, however interesting, it's not exactly hitting our analysis ourselves, but we like to be on an international market study for the first time. That puts us on the map, which is good. A few highlights lately here. May this year, we actually achieved the CE mark or EC certificate for the migraine indication. This was way over a year earlier than we expected ourselves. And thanks to the team's very hard effort, we managed to do that right before the shift of the regulatory environment. So we're very grateful for that. That means that we now can sell in Europe and other markets that tag along. We have still a major clinical study going on for clinical evidence of the chronic migraine. There are a few patients left to include here. So anytime soon here we will have the last patient going into the study. And then there is a 2-month study period or treatment period in the study before we can start compounding the data. Meanwhile, our partners in the markets where we are active, predominantly Italy, Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the Nordic areas, are heavily engaged in putting the migraine indication on the market. Early though, I must say that. It takes time to build this kind of thing. The first patients have been treated commercially or regularly in both Sweden and Italy, and we will probably soon see some feedback from that activity. We have also announced that the regulatory process in China had been restarted, and we will also soon probably come back with some reports how that is going. We see the strong growth potential in that market study that I mentioned, and also that we just recently announced that we have started a strategic project around market access or market approval for the US market. It's a lengthy process, and it's just in the beginning, so we will report back many times before we get to completion of that. So strategy-wise, proof of concept in selected markets, only a few selected markets is our focus. Finalize the migraine study, of course. Product registration in Israel is an event on itself and something we will report back on when it happens. Same goes for China, and also how the regulatory process in the US is going. So this is what we can look forward to as triggers or bits of communication that we will generate over the course of the coming months. And that was the conclusion of my presentation today. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Anders, for that presentation. I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
So you mentioned as part of your strategy reaching proof of concept in selected markets. Why did you choose these particular markets?
Well, the bigger one of them, Italy, is an obvious choice. Italy is the 5th largest medtech market in the world. It's also known, also in my experience and others, to be very responsive early on. So they are keen to adopt new technologies, and it's kind of easy in a way. Nothing is easy, but it's easier than other areas to actually gain early interest and actually get some places. Some other markets, like the Saudi Arabia market, is more due to talented distributors that have proven their point in our selection. So they selected us rather than the other way around, and it's looking really good there. But we have also announced that we will add other markets going forward, a few more is needed. We also like to have a revenue. We also like to break through the break even as soon as possible so we can live off our own money instead of our shareholders' money. All these things coincide, making us move where it's possible to get through rather than any other mode of selection. Dig where it's soft, not where you stand necessarily. So that's how we roll, basically.
Well, you also mentioned potentially gaining market access in the US. What is your strategy there?
Well, it is just that. It is to start a process of gaining a market approval in the US so that we can have that option going forward. It is really there to broaden our flexibility in future strategic decisions. But it would not change our current strategy right now. It is something for the future. If we get through, which we think we will, but it takes time. It's a lengthy process. It costs quite a bit. And we decided to do this now when the CE mark was there, because we need to stand on that CE mark, and the data that went into that application will be, to some extent, reused in this process.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of the future, where do you see Chordate Medical a year from now?
Well, we will most likely have a clearer picture of our proof of concept. It will probably not be complete at all. It takes a lot of time to sell into all life sciences markets, and certainly for medtech as well. But I think the the valuation of the company and our achievements will be a clearer deal in a year's time. But we will mill on from there as well. So this is just a straight line of strategy from here.
All right. Well, great. Thanks so much for answering the questions, and thanks again for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
We wish you all the best for your upcoming work.
Thanks a lot. All right.
The next presenting company will be InventMedic, and with us we have CEO Anna Lindström. Welcome, Anna.
Thank you, Olivia.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. And welcome all to 50 minutes about women's health. My name is Anna Lindström and I am the newly appointed CEO for InventMedic. Today I will talk about this, that women should be able to have an active life without the fear and risk of leakage of urine. And that should be if you're at the gym, if you are out running, or even in normal situations, everyday situations where you are late for the bus and need to go for a run, or just sneezing. So it is as many as 1 out of 5 women that have this problem with stress incontinence. And now you might think that it is elderly women, but it is actually that the first symptoms starts when, not always, but often when you give birth to your first child. And that's quite early in life. Some of these women are entitled to get an operation for when they have very difficult symptoms, but many are not. For example, in Sweden, it's only 5,000 women yearly that get the operation. Ephemia Bladder Support are focusing on these women, the huge number of women that needs to find an alternative solution. And our product is a very good product and a very secure product because it is based on the same scientific principles as the modern surgery. And it is also safe in the sense that the product is well documented. The effect of the product is documented to have a reducing effect of urine leakage. We have that in clinical studies, we have that in quality of life studies, and we have that in focus group studies. And the focus group studies, you can see that we have been targeting active women doing sports activities. And the conclusion for this is that the product is very needed on the market and it is received very well with the focus groups. So we have been 1.5 years out on the major sales channels and we have learned a lot from this. We have learned about the market's behavior and the conditions on the market. And we now need to focus. We will focus our resources on our distributors and for them to reach our customers. And we will focus to get the product knowledge out directly to the customers. Our key countries are the Nordics, UK, and Germany. And already in these countries, 11 million women are coping with this problem today. We know that half of these women are using pads, and they will continue to do so. Instead, we are focusing on the other half. Some of them, half of them, will seek help through the medical care system. And the other half will seek an alternative solution by themselves. Here, we have a group that is also seeking information on internet. All of these are Googling around on their mobile phone to see what they can find as a solution for them. We will target 2% in this group. That is our goal for the next 2 years. And 2% can sound like a low number, but for us it means a revenue over 30 million Swedish krona, and that is a significant growth compared to 2020. So how are we doing in these two segments today? Well, we have the healthcare segment where we have mainly focused our activities, and we have the direct sales activities. If we look at healthcare, for example, almost half of the revenue of the company comes from 2 markets, and that is Sweden and Norway. If we add on their direct sales, we see that mainly the focus has been in Sweden through pharmacies, their web shops, and our own web shop, efemia.se. If we add these together, we see that they contribute 70% or over 70% actually to the total revenue of the company. If we instead look at how well are we on the market, what market share do we have among the target women, we can see that Norway is sticking out. They have 1.5% market share. And now remember that I said our goal was to have 2%, so they are very close. And they have also only focused on the healthcare activities, so the 2% is a very reachable goal. So what actions will we do? Well, back to healthcare sector. We hope now that we are over the pandemic and that we can focus on being out to meet the professionals and them to actually have time for us and listen to the product. We also know that there is an enormous care depth, and that we will utilize to be out there to talk about our product. We will focus as well on private care providers because they have shorter decision routes, and we will then come faster out in the market. Then we have the good example with the distributor in Norway, and we will lift out the good things they have done and use that and teach and support our distributors on the German and UK market. So we are learning by example. We will also, and are doing, adding additional partners to German and UK. And we will use what we know to find the right partners here that have a similar profile as the one in Norway. Then going to direct sales, there we will have quite a heavy focus as well, because we have seen that many are seeking information on internet. Well, the most important here is the first part of the customer journey, and that is awareness. And just to underline how important awareness is, I will give you an example about a successful cooperation we have with a micro-influencer with 15,000 followers. When she posted her first post, we saw directly the increase in our web shop. It was amazing. And that you can see in the graph here as well. The main number is really sticking out, and that's the reason. So we will continue to have good collaborations with influencers. We are also opening a new web shop, and that is for the German market. And we will use the platform Amazon for that web shop, because we have seen and we know that more than 50% of all the internet sales in Germany is through Amazon, and we want to be there as well. At the same time, we will do local promotions at sports clubs and sports events, and we have also good reference there that this is a good contribution to the sales. And we are also working now with artificial intelligence for our Google ads. And the best part about this is that it's working 24/7 for us to get out the right answers or the right message to our customers. That is not enough. We are now also adding another product to our product line. We are adding the Ephemia menstrual cup, and that we will do by the end of the year. We have done our own market research, and even if there are other cups on the market, we see that women still are searching for the perfect one, and that one should be, of course, leakage free, it should be smooth, and it should be flexible. Therefore, we have developed our own cup, and we will put that on the market. That is the softest and lightest cup on the market. And of course, it is secure. We have also used our expertise because this product fits very well in our product line, since we know how to design, develop, and produce in silicone material. So if we look at the market, it is a growing market. And just looking at Sweden, menstrual cup already have 20% of the market as such. It's an accessible market we are going into, and it is growing. And it's growing because younger women are looking for alternatives that are sustainable. And you know, it's with the younger generation we get the new customers. So, to conclude, we have a very promising year ahead. We have a clear strategy towards 2 customer segments, and we are focusing on key countries where we have activities, many planned activities that will give the sales we need to the company. And on top, we have launched, or will launch rather, a new product. So we will have 2 products on the market. So I hope you understand that we have now in InventMedic a very interesting year and years ahead of us, and that we have big growth possibilities, and that now is an excellent opportunity to invest in our company. We will have a rights issue that will start from the 22nd of October, and you will find the memorandum about this on our webpage. If you have any question about this or about the presentation, please feel free to contact us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. You were recently named as CEO of InventMedic, so can you tell us a bit more about your background?
Well, my main professional background is within sales and marketing, and I have been fortunate to have had a challenging but also fun position in this field. Mainly what I worked with in this field is also to get products out of the market, to go into new markets, to get strategies and realize strategies for new products and new markets. I got a very good basement in when I worked for Alfa Laval, where I both worked in Sweden and also internationally.
And how do you view the company's potential?
Oh, the next year and years are very interesting for the company. As I said in the presentation, the last 1.5 years we have learned so much about the market and the market behavior. And now having focus on 2 segments, both medical care and then direct sales, will give us good opportunities to reach the customers, because mainly it is awareness of the product. The product is needed on the market and it is well received for those who knows about it.
You're now carrying out a share issue. How will the capital be used?
The capital will use to increase our sales. That's the main focus. To use the focus countries or the key countries to get our message out, and also to work with the two segments that we have identified as such. So the capital will be used for the women, so they know about the product and so they can use the product and live the active life that they want without thinking about urine leakage.
Sounds good, and thank you for coming here today, Anna.
Thank you, Olivia.
Hi everyone, with us today we also have Benjamin Hoffman, who is partner and a patent attorney with Potter Clarkson, and we're going to talk a little bit about the value of IP or intellectual property in life science investments. Thank you so much for joining us, Benjamin.
Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm really looking forward to helping clarify what is a very important area for investors in life sciences.
If we start out, just will you in brief tell us a little bit about what is IP or intellectual property in short, and why is it so important from an investor's perspective?
Okay, so intellectual property is the intellectual creation of a person. And that can be in terms of an invention, or it can be in terms of branding. It can also be in terms of data and know-how. Some of it is registered, so we register inventions via patents. We register branding and things via trademarks. We also have designs for the shapes and so on of materials. We could then protect other things like know-how and trade secrets just by our own actions and our own internal policies. And that collection of intellectual property for many companies defines the value of the company ultimately in its early stages. That creates or that shapes its ambition of how it's going to bring itself to market. And the way its IP is registered can really shape the unique selling point of the company and the unique selling point that the company has into the market. And if we look at other companies' IP and the IP landscape around it, it can really shape how whether there's any barriers for a company to come to market. So for an early stage company or a company that someone's going to invest in, it's very important to understand the whole framework of IP around that company, because it could define ultimately the success or failure of these companies that have some kind of technical or high value scientific product.
When you follow a life science company's news flow, then once every while you see that they have got a patent filing granted, or it's pending a grant to be granted, and you hardly ever see any significant reaction in a public company's stock price due to these patent news, so to speak. Do you consider that to be a misconception then among investors? Is it more important than we think as investors when these news come?
It probably is a misconception in that way that you phrase it. I think it's probably because the patent filings don't necessarily reflect the ability to actually bring a drug to the market. So probably much more significant in that is good results in phase 1 and phase 2, which are a much better pointer to the roadmap to success, shall we say. Because the patent filing is just protecting what may be, but it doesn't actually allow anything in that sense, and certainly it doesn't allow anything in the regulatory sense. So it's not surprising you'd see a much stronger change in stock price from the positive news from clinical trial data, for instance, being published. But on the flip side, I think you may well see with some companies, you may well see a substantial drop in stock price at the loss of a key patent right. And certainly I have been involved in cases where we've seen company stock prices change overnight by as much as 50% because they've lost a key right. This would be sort of after some kind of a proceedings challenging the validity of it, which can often happen post-grant. You lose the right, and then essentially the whole value asset of the company is gone, and so the investors react accordingly.
And now we welcome Alligator Bioscience with the CEO Søren Bregenholt. The stage is yours, Søren.
Thank you, Martin. It's a pleasure being here, giving me the chance to introduce Alligator Bioscience. First, a brief disclaimer. So Alligator Bioscience is a Lund-based immuno-oncology company listed at the main market at Nasdaq in Stockholm. We have a diversified best-in-class immuno-oncology pipeline and a cutting-edge technology offering. The new management is aligned behind a renewed aspiration and strategy to develop our game-changing combination therapies through phase 2 clinical development and beyond. We do this together with our highly qualified team of approximately 45 skilled operationals at Alligator, and we believe that we are well positioned for long-term growth and value creation. So, immuno-oncology is all about stimulating the body's own defense system against the tumor, against the cancer. The way that we address this in Alligator Bioscience is by developing second-generation antibodies that help both the so-called dendritic cells and also the T cells by patrolling the tumor and also killing the tumor cells, thereby controlling the cancer. Immuno-oncology market is expected to grow to approximately 270 billion within the next decade. This is primarily driven by checkpoint inhibitors and other biological drugs. Even though these molecules have revolutionized cancer treatment, yet only 20, maybe 25% of the patients experience durable responses by these treatments, why so-called combination treatment has become the mainstay in today's cancer treatment. The drugs that we develop at Alligator Bioscience are perfectly suited to this market by a number of characteristics. First of all, our molecules address pathways on these cell types that are complementary to existing molecules used in the clinic today. Secondly, they are designed with safety switches, molecular safety switches that activates them only in the tumor, thereby giving them an optimal balance between efficacy and safety, making them perfect combinations agents. And thirdly, we develop our molecules in indications with high unmet medical need and clear regulatory pathways or paths towards registrations once we have seen proof of concept in our phase 2 clinical trials. If we look at Alligator's pipeline, our lead compound is mitazalimab, our CD40 agonistic antibody that we are currently developing against pancreatic cancer, phase 2 clinical trials in first-line pancreatic cancer in combination with chemotherapy. 1017 is our T-cell agonist that is in late-stage phase 1 clinical development, and 527 we are developing with Abliva is ready for clinical trials, which we expect to start late Q4 or early Q1 next year. So this part of the pipeline provides opportunities for near to mid-term value inflection points for the company. For the longer-term growth, we have our novel immune therapy platform, NeoX-Prime, that combines our knowledge about CD40 and all our technological capabilities and know-how, and I'll talk more about NeoX-Prime towards the end of the presentation. So the NeoX-Prime platform provides us opportunity for longer-term growth in Alligator Bioscience. Thirdly, we have a number of partnered projects. Let me just focus your attention on the partnership with Orion Bioscience that we recently announced. This is a collaboration where Alligator use our technology platforms to develop bispecific antibodies for Orion in a typical biotech deals with upfronts, milestones, and royalties. We see the partnered pipeline as an opportunity for near, mid, and long-term revenue generation for Alligator Bioscience. Now let's take a view on mitazalimab, our lead product. Mitazalimab is a CD40 agonist with best-in-class potential. CD40 is a molecule on the so-called dendritic cells, and by binding CD40 by mitazalimab, we agitate the dendritic cell to recruit more T cells to the tumor and also instruct the T cells in the tumor to more efficaciously kill tumor cells, thereby control the cancer. Mitazalimab is designed with a molecular safety switch that makes the molecule active only in the tumor and not in other organs in the body, thereby giving it an optimal efficacy safety profile and making it a universal combinatory agent with other standard of care treatments. As illustrated on the next slide here, where we show that mitazalimab on the left gives good synergy with chemotherapy. On the right, you see an example of mitazalimab in combination with PD-1, a checkpoint inhibitor, and in the middle you see a combination with a future cancer vaccine. The bottom line of this slide is that mitazalimab gives synergy to all standard of care and thereby making it a universal combination partner in so-called future combination therapies. Mitazalimab has been in phase 1 clinical trials. That trial gave us a lot of knowledge of the molecule. First of all, it showed us that the molecule gives clinical signal in this hard-to-treat patient population. The study also showed us that the molecule works in terms of mechanism of action, dose-dependent stimulation and activation of both antigen-presenting cells, the dendritic cells, and also the T cells, an increase of a number of gene in the tumor, as we would expect from the science. Furthermore, we got a good look at the safety profile, and we know that mitazalimab is safe and tolerable within the dose range that we are using in our phase 2 clinical trial, with very limited side effects. Moreover, we know that the antibody behaves as it should, both with terms of target saturation and pharmacokinetics. And based on these data, it warrants that mitazalimab is developed in phase 2 clinical trials. And I'll talk a little bit about Optimize-1, which is our recently started phase 2 trial in first-line treatment of pancreatic cancer in combination with chemotherapy. If we look at the science behind this indication selection, this slide first of all shows us on the left side the data that I told you about before, dose-dependent activation of both antigen-presenting cells and T cells in human beings in the phase 1 trial. And if we look at what our peers are doing in the field, we can see 2 examples here of CD40 agonistic antibodies that both activate T cells in the tumor, increases the T cell infiltration of the tumor, and also gives clinical benefit in phase 2 clinical trials. So together we believe that pancreatic cancer is the obvious choice for developing mitazalimab as an initial indication in solid tumors. Pancreatic cancer is a devastating disease. It's the 7th leading cause of death in the world, cancer death in the world. Current standard of care is chemotherapy. And we can see here that even with chemotherapy, the 5-year survival rate is only about 10%, with a median survival of 5 to 7 months. And despite the obvious medical need, we don't see any revolutionary treatments in the pipeline, and PD-1 and PD-L1s are not currently players. The molecule or the indication here also gives an opportunity for orphan drug designation, which is a thing that we'll of course pursue for mitazalimab. And overall, the pancreatic cancer market is expected to grow to approximately $5-6 billion within the next couple of years. So Optimize-1, our phase 2 clinical trial, is a phase 2 trial in combination with FOLFIRINOX. We will enroll 67 patients in this first-line trial. It's designed to really take advantage of mitazalimab's optimal efficacy-safety profile. We are dosing higher and we are dosing more frequently than our peers. And we believe this improves the chance to demonstrate that mitazalimab delivers clinical benefits for the patients and also is differentiated from our competitors, thereby clearing the path for registration in first-line pancreatic cancer. We enrolled the first patient in Q3 and sites are open in France and Belgium. We will read out the first data set in Q1 next year, and the first efficacy readout is expected for Q4 2022. Before we end here, let me introduce to you NeoX-Prime, which is our third generation immune oncology platform and longer-term growth opportunity for Alligator Bioscience. So the platform here is dependent and builds on all our expertise of CD40 biology as in mitazalimab and our immune technology know-how. The molecule is the platform is a bispecific molecule that at the same time agonizes CD40, as we talked about with mitazalimab, giving the dendritic cells a better potential to recruit T cells and stimulate T cells in the tumor, and at the same time present tumor neoantigens to the T cells by the second arm of the bispecific antibody that binds so-called tumor-associated antigens, thereby giving a much more potent immune response and much more personalized immune response than you see with other agents today. And we really see NeoX-Prime as a future technology in immune oncology. We believe that we will see deals and deal flow with the technology within the midterm, 12 to 18 months. We see NeoX-Prime as a growth catalyst for the company, and we believe that this has recently been validated by our agreement with Macrogenics that we announced in Q2. Talking about deals, we have a number of partnerships in Alligator. We have our R&D ready collaboration with Aptevo on 527. We have our collaboration with Macrogenics that I just alluded to, and we have our licensing and collaboration agreement with Orion. And we will continue to use partnerships to validate our technology, generate short to mid-term revenue to the company, and we will use these partnerships to develop our pipeline in a risk and financially balanced way. If we look at the near-term data points from Alligator, as I said, we will read out the first readout from Optimize-1 will be in Q1 22, and we expect a interim efficacy readout on the trial Q4 2022. We have not talked much about our phase 1 candidate 1017, but we expect to read out phase 1 data from that molecule Q1 2022. So in summary, Alligator Bioscience is operating in immune oncology. We are addressing indications with high unmet medical need and a sustainable growth. We leverage our technologies and know-how to develop best-in-class antibodies with optimal efficacy safety profiles to develop these as combination agents with the standard of care. Mitazalimab and 1017 are our key value drivers. We see these also as transaction catalysts in the short to mid-term. We will continue to use partnership to validate our approach and build our pipeline, sharing both risk and cost. And finally, NeoX-Prime is our longer-term value driver, which has already been validated by one partnership, as I just described. And I will thank you with these words. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Søren. I was just wondering, you're now a phase 2 company.
Yeah.
What's the biggest difference from before?
Obviously, taking our molecule in mitazalimab into phase 2 has been, that's of course important. If you want to get to proof of concept with your molecules, you need to enroll the last patient in the trial. And to enroll the last patient, you also have to enroll the first patient. That's sort of a natural string of events. Though more seriously, taking mitazalimab into phase 2 is of course a big step for the company, for the employees and investors for that matter, to see all the efforts that has sort of put into mitazalimab over the last many years, to now sort of see that molecule in the intended to treat population with the promise to show that the molecule actually does as we expect it to do, giving durable clinical benefits for these patients. That's a huge step, obviously.
Yes, of course. And also, you just announced that you're going to carry out a financing round, rights issue. Why is now a good time to do it?
Now is a particularly good time to do it because the new management in Alligator, together with the new board, we have come behind now a renewed strategy with a very strong focus on taking mitazalimab to proof of concept. And I guess we all know that clinical development is expensive, and we want to ensure that we have operating capital to be able to take mitazalimab to the next milestone, value inflection point, and also at the same time be able to invest not that much as in mitazalimab, but still balanced in some of our other pipeline assets to ensure that we have an opportunity to build longer-term growth for Alligator Bioscience, for the patients, and also for our investors.
Final question. You talked about a lot of collaborations here, and when would mitazalimab be ready for a licensing deal or partnering deal?
Yeah, so the way that I look at it, that will be when we read out our efficacy data in Q4 next year. Alligator has now sort of committed, as we should, to take the molecule into phase 2. We'll work stone hard on that. And getting those data where we hopefully will be able to show that the molecule has clinical benefit will be a very good opportunity to seek an interested partner and getting both sort of non-dilutive cash on board in the company, and also, expand the value and the opportunity for mitazalimab and patients suffering for hard-to-treat cancers globally.
Sounds really interesting, Søren. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin.
Would you say that IP protection, is that more or less complicated for life science companies in general than other companies, for example, with a technical product?
I think we can't really say it's more or less complicated. I think we can certainly say it's certainly different from a lot of different areas. If we take a standard technical product, say like a battery, we know that, for example, a battery is going to be constantly developed by the company that's producing it. And a battery that was on sale maybe 20 years ago is going to look different from a battery 10 years ago, even 5 or a few years ago. It's constantly updated. And those micro changes to the battery, whether that's the electrolyte in it, whether that's the electrodes or the casing or how it's produced, all those micro changes can be protected in their own right. So what we create with these sort of standard technologies is a long and broad or a very wide portfolio of patents around these small developments, with no individual patent being of high value. What's very classic in contrast to that with a life science company is you might have one product that's brought to market, particularly a drug that's brought to market, and it will be the same for decades. And ultimately, the IP portfolio you create around that will look very different. You'll have your base patents, which will we would hope cover the actual raw and active ingredient itself. And then you might have follow-up patents to do with formulations or, for example, specific ways of applying it, or, for example, patient groups. And so we have one patent in the portfolio which can potentially be the entire value of the company, essentially. And that has a lifespan, and we can see the company's value really change when the patent expires. They have a fixed term, 20 years, and when the patent expires, we can really see the company value shift overnight as generics are then able to enter the market. And so So the actual portfolio that's created and the way that we create that portfolio is very different for a life science company. And I think we can expand that to say that it's actually the majority, if not all, of life science companies that are like that. Even if we're dealing with a diagnostic company, it's very common that we might have some kind of platform technology that is again created by or protected by some kind of base filing, with then filings successive to that looking and building on that technology of specific applications, for instance. But you still have one defining pattern which can really be the core value asset of the company. So what that pattern looks like is really core and key to the valuation of the company, which we just don't see as such a striking value proposition in terms of intellectual property portfolios for companies outside of life sciences.
Next up from our studio here in Stockholm, we're happy to feature Ultimovacs, and presenting is CEO Carlos de Souza. Welcome, Carlos.
Thank you, Michael. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you everybody for your interest in Ultimovacs. Ultimovacs is a biotech company located in Oslo, Norway, but we also have a small research group based here in Sweden in Uppsala. We operate in the field of immuno-oncology, enabling the immune system to fight cancer. As we are a publicly listed company, I need to show you this slide. So what do? We work with next generation universal cancer vaccines. Basically, our vaccines boost the anti-tumor response. We enable the immune system to identify and kill cancer cells, and we do this by targeting a specific enzyme present in cancer cells called telomerase. And this is important because this enzyme is present in 85 to 90% of all cancer cells. We are a truly off-the-shelf vaccine, also easy to use as intradermal injections. We have been doing a lot of clinical trials that I will cover, particularly now in our phase 2 trials in combination with checkpoint inhibitors. And the objective is really to show that we can have the potential to be a baseline treatment in combination with checkpoint inhibitors. We have been showing good long-term safety and also initial indications of efficacy. We have quite a broad phase 2 program. When concluded, we will have enrolled more than 500 patients. Our 4 phase 2 trials are all combination trials, all randomized, and they are in melanoma, mesothelioma, ovarian cancer, head and neck cancer, and these studies will start reading towards the end of 2022 and 2023. From a financial perspective, we did our IPO in 2019, where we raised 370 million Norwegian krone. And a year ago, we did a private placement where we raised an additional 160 million krone. At the end of Q2, this gives us a very good cash position. We have 382 million NOK in our cash balance. That gives us a runway towards the first half of 2023, where we will start getting the top-line results from this very extensive phase 2 program. Our latest market cap is around 5 billion NOK. We have a very good group of shareholders, very long-term, and they have been with the company for many years. These are particularly probably the strongest family offices in Norway. Very well known, but also some institutions. Last year, the Norwegian pension fund joined the company. We also have Fidelity, the London office. They just don't show up here because they have their accounts in multiple accounts, so they don't show up, but they have around 5%. So very strong shareholder base, but we have as a goal to really expand the geographic presence of our shareholders. And we are very happy that in the last couple of months we have increased significantly the number of shareholders in Sweden. As you know, checkpoint inhibitors not that long ago, 2014, started changing the landscape of treating cancer, after the chemotherapies. Unfortunately for cancer patients, still a challenge in several indications where the efficacy is not as expected. Their main role of the checkpoint inhibitor is basically to block the defenses of the cancer cells. What is important is that the patient has an active immune system that can penetrate the tumor and kill cancer cells. And that's what we provide with UV1. We activate, educate, and expand the patient's immune cells. So really these two classes of drugs, the checkpoint inhibitors and UV1, work in synergy. This is particularly important because the checkpoint inhibitors are now the fastest growth class in all of pharma. They are expected to reach approximately $40 billion by the end of this year and close to $70 billion in just 5 years. So very big market potential. And the important part here, as we want to highlight in the slide, is that in our phase 2, we are already in combination with 4 out of the top 5 checkpoint inhibitors currently on the market. So really, if we continue to show the data as we have been so far, this will give us a very healthy share of this very big market. So we have some very important key benefits that differentiate us from some other approaches. One of them, as I already mentioned, is the ease of clinical use. We use intradermal injections, so we don't need to do biopsies, we don't need to inject the tumor, so no complex hospital infrastructure is required. The product, in addition, is truly off-the-shelf, ready to be administered when needed. And also, very importantly, we don't need to do any pre-screening. It can be used in the general population. Also very important from a commercial perspective is easily manufactured. These are synthetic peptides. The product has already a long shelf life, more than 3 years, and is a dry powder that is kept in a normal fridge, reconstituted with water. And when you compare with other approaches in this space, really a low unit cost. From a potential, the fact that we educate the immune system to target cells expressing telomerase gives us an enormous opportunity to be used across a multitude of cancers, as telomerase is present in 85 to 90% of the cancer cells. And because telomerase is extremely important for these cancer cells to maintain their infinite multiplication, they will be expressing it from early stage to late stages in primary tumor metastasis. Very important then that this target stays with the tumor. Also, what we do is basically we educate the CD4 T cells that in the immune system and responses are what we call the maestros, the conductors of the immune response. And this is really important when we want to show the synergy with checkpoint inhibitors. This is just a vision of our current development plan. We already have 3 other studies, phase 1s, that are now in long-term follow-up, 5 and 6 years, with good results, both in terms of safety and initial indications of efficacy. But of course, I'm going to focus during this presentation in these studies. The first one is a study that was recently presented at ASCO, that, as you know, is the biggest cancer conference in the world, normally in Chicago. And then I will also touch bases on the phase 2 studies that we have running. We, in addition to UV1, our lead product, we also have another platform, the TED platform, that has initiated earlier a phase 1 study, first in man, in prostate cancer. So this first study that you saw in the previous table is in malignant melanoma, and is a combination with pembrolizumab, Keytruda. Is a study with 30 patients, all run in the US. The first finding that we got is this good safety profile. Basically, the patients got the side effects that they will be expected to get with the pembrolizumab. And the only added side effects that we bring is, of course, injection site reactions, because we give the vaccine. And in a way, this shows that the immune system is reacting. So very good safety profile. And this is very important because more and more these days, you have more treatment combinations with a combination of side effects that sometimes is quite disturbing for these patients. But when we look at efficacy, what you see here is the impact on tumor size, or what we call the response. And what you see on the left side is that we got an overall response rate, objective response rate of 57%. This means that 57% of the patients got a reduction, important reduction in tumor size, or a complete disappearance of the tumors. And this compares with historical data from pembrolizumab between 32 and 37%. So this is already quite important difference, but more really unexpected, in the very positive side is the complete responses. As I mentioned, these are all the patients that basically the tumor disappear in images. And pembrolizumab, and this is the data that the MSD has in their website, got a complete response rate of 5 to 12%, while when we add UV1 to pembrolizumab, we increased, very importantly, that complete response rate to 30%. This is very important data on the response of the patient to the treatment. The other very important measure is overall survival, meaning how many patients are still alive after a period of time. Last year we communicated the overall survival at 12 months. You see there that we have 85% versus 72 to 75% with pembrolizumab alone. We just a couple of days ago communicated the 24 months overall survival. And as you see, we basically moved from 85 to 80% overall survival. And pembrolizumab alone went down to 58%. And this is really a reflection of the impact of these vaccines in the treatment of patients with cancer, is this extension of duration of response that is very important and that we start to show here. In addition, pembrolizumab alone got a median progression-free survival between 5.5 months and 11.6 months, and we got 18.9 months with the first cohort and not yet reached with the second cohort. This data is very supportive, and we have been initiated 4 phase 2 studies. The first one is Initium in malignant melanoma in combination with ipilimumab and nivolumab, one of the standards of care. It is a study that is being run in the US, UK, Belgium and Norway. 154 patients in total, and in August we announced that we have already enrolled 68 patients. The results are expected towards the end of 2022. We also got a lot of interest from the pharma companies and from a specialized group of oncologists, so we have also initiated 3 phase 2 studies. The first one in malignant mesothelioma. This is run by Oslo University Hospital, and Bristol Myers supplies with ipilimumab, nivolumab. We supply UV1, and it's 118 patients, and we have already enrolled 38 patients in August. Also expect the data on the study towards the end of 2022. The UVAC ovarian cancer study is in combination with olaparib, that is a standard of care in these patients, and durvalumab. 184 patients. We expect to start enrollment very soon, and top-line results in 2023. And finally, the focus study in head and neck carcinoma. This is a study in combination with pembrolizumab, all run in Germany with 75 patients. We have already initiated the enrollment in this summer, and we expect also to get top-line results in 2023. Just a brief word on the second platform. This is very innovative, where the adjuvant component and the peptide component are all in the same molecule. And we have initiated the first study coming out of this platform using prostate cancer peptides, and we have initiated enrolling these patients beginning of the year, and just recently announced that the patients moved to the second cohort with a higher dose. Very important to give us safety and immune activation data using the first product coming out from this technology. As you see here, in terms of news, we have been quite busy as a company, initiating new studies, presenting data. Of course, the most important data recently presented was the data on the melanoma study in combination with pembro, presented at ASCO, and now, a couple of days ago, the 2-year follow-up. We expect soon to inform about the first patient in the DOVAC trial. And of course, not that far away, towards the end of 2022 and 2023, the results of this extensive phase 2 program. So, in summary, as a company, we have a cancer vaccine platform with our lead program UV1 and a very innovative and separate technology, the TET technology, that enhances the impact and durability of immuno-oncology therapy. It's broadly applicable in different cancer types and in combination with different classes of drugs. has a good safety profile, really allowing for using these combinations in seriously diseased patients. We have a broad development program in multiple combinations and in multiple indications, highlighting the significant commercial potential. The fact that we have these collaborations, with Bristol Myers Squibb and AstraZeneca is a validation of our approach, and also the high interest that we get from specialized groups, very rewarding for us to be involved in these projects. The start of the first clinical trial using the very innovative TET platform technology is really of great interest to us, because it opens up the room for us to have different vaccines coming out of this platform. We have quite an experienced team, a strong shareholder base and a good cash position, and as you could see in our news flow, very near-term milestones can be really transformational. So with this summary, I want to thank you all for your attention and look forward to remain in dialogue.
Thank you so much, Carlos, for that presentation.
Thanks, Michael.
I just have a couple of questions for
Sure.
you. You have a very interesting technology platform, and of late it has been featured in the media quite a lot, which obviously is great. But what would you say, in your opinion, attracts that kind of attention?
I think the main, most of the attention started when we presented the data from the melanoma study in combination with pembrolizumab at the ASCO conference. So that really, because this is very strong data in terms of the response, and particularly the complete responses. So this really raised a lot of attention from the media, in Norway, in Sweden, but also in other countries. And this is very rewarding that, also the general population and investors have an opportunity to get more familiarized with our approach and the impact that we're having in cancer patients.
Mm-hmm. Another platform you mentioned that has recently been tested in the first patient is your TET platform in the TENDU trial. How important is this milestone for the company?
It's a very important milestone. So the TET platform is a platform with a huge potential. As I said, we can derive different vaccines using this technology. So it was important that, particularly now with the recent patient enrolled in the second cohort, with a dose that will be more close to expected therapeutic dose, it's important that, we moved from the first cohort to the second cohort. There was no safety concerns. Of course, this is the main objective for the study, to assess the safety in humans of this new platform. So this is a very important milestone that we can continue to enroll patients, and will be very important to provide us this data in terms of safety and immune activation as we continue to develop this platform and with the potential to derive multiple products from it.
Mm-hmm. So more specifically, what would you say is unique, let's say, about this TET platform?
I think one of the uniqueness of the platform, as you know, this is all vaccines. All vaccines, depending on the technology, and if it's infectious diseases or cancer vaccines, need two components. The adjuvant component that stimulates the immune system to come and pick up on the peptides or the neoantigens. And in this technology, in the same molecule, you have the adjuvant function and the peptides function that you can change. And this has, we expect benefits in terms of safety, convenience, as less injections, subcutaneous, and also we expect a stronger immune response. So this really gives the potential for this adjuvant technology to be used in our own pipeline, but also potential collaborations with other companies that need a very good adjuvant technology for their vaccines.
Mm-hmm. Finally, what is your plan for keeping up the positive momentum for Ultimovacs?
Well, we plan to continue delivering. We are recognized as a company that, we keep the milestones that we promised the market. And of course, the big focus of the company is going to be in the next 12 to 18 months to get the results from all the phase 2 studies, to continue to move ahead with the TET technology. But also, we have as a goal to make the company more known. Ton Berken, that is our new Chief Business Officer, has joined the company, and his role is to increase the visibility of Ultimovacs and our science towards the pharma and the biotech industry. We have also been more active in really expanding the visibility of Ultimovacs outside of the Nordic countries. So we will continue to do all these activities. So the basic of what we do, the clinical results, the research, but also to make the company more visible as we prepare to get the data not that far away.
All right, well, great. Thanks so much for answering the questions.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks for the opportunity.
And thanks for your presentation, and we do wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Next up from our studio here in Stockholm, we have Arocell, and presenting is CEO Anders Hultman. Welcome, Anders.
Thank you, Mike. I am Anders Hultman, and I'm the CEO of Arocell. We're an in vitro diagnostic company with our offices based in Stockholm. We are listed on the Nasdaq First North Growth Market, and we are specialized in diagnostics for bacteriology and oncology. We have a broad CE marked portfolio with products that is currently selling on various markets. We also have an extensive clinical development program, including clinical studies and also development of new products. We also have in-house capabilities of production where we produce some of our products in combination with external producers. So that in combination with our clinical knowledge and our development capabilities is a good foundation for our company. All our products are based on two biomarkers. It's thymidine kinase 1 and it's cytokeratins. The thymidine kinase 1 is released into the bloodstream when, for instance, a tumor is growing and you experience increased cell turnover. And for the cytokeratins, it's the same story, basically, that when the tumor grows, then we experience a higher cell turnover. The cytokeratins are released into the body fluids and can be measured then in blood or urine. Currently, our products are based either on TK1 or on cytokeratins. We don't have a combined product. What we can see is that both biomarkers act in the same way, that the levels of both TK1 and cytokeratins increase during metastasis. They also increase when the disease is reoccurring. We believe that if we can combine both the TK1 and the cytokeratins into one test, we would be able to create a more improved test with a higher precision, which of course would benefit the patient. And that's a project that we are starting now, to combine the TK1 and the cytokeratins and to then create a new test. And in the long run also we are aiming to make a new point of care test. And what is the point of our products? Why should you use them? Of course, it's the main goal is to increase the life quality for patients and also the survival for patients. But it also to enable a cost-efficient follow-up of treatment from the caregiver. And that's done by early detection of the disease. That at an early stage can see that you are infected or you have a cancer disease. You can also monitor therapeutic response when you're under treatment of a disease, and also see clinical progression. the third point there is also to then detect reoccurrence of the disease, so at an early stage can restart the treatment and stop the disease from the cancer from spreading. And the benefit with our product is that it's non-invasive. It's a simple blood test or a urine sample, and it's also very easy to perform. You don't need any special equipment. You can run the analysis in any lab. You can run our point-of-care products out on the field, also out in developing countries, and it's also cost-effective compared to having perhaps going in for a visit. If you compare a point-of-care test with going to a visit to a doctor. Our product portfolio consists of 5 main products. It's the TK210 ELISA, which is aimed for prostate and breast cancer. And that is the one that's based then on our TK1 biomarker. UBC Rapid is our point-of-care test for bladder cancer, and which is widely sold and used in Germany right now and in other parts of Europe. That test is also available as an ELISA or an IRMA, and you can also choose between a quantitative or a qualitative test. The monototal test is for lung cancer, and it's an IRMA or an ELISA, and the TPS test is for breast, ovarian, or prostate cancer. It's also an IRMA or an ELISA test. Those 3 products are based on cytokeratins. If you look at the Tubex test, that's our bacteriology test, and that is used to detect typhoid fever, mainly in developing countries. And that's also that is the product we are using in our bacteriological segment, and it's also widely used in, for instance, Indonesia, and we are also aiming for parts of Africa. There are more than 200 different cancer types. Here you can see an overview of the 10 largest cancer indications. And we are aiming for lung cancer, bladder cancer, breast cancer, and ovarian cancer. And if you look at those cancer types, as you see here, they are common cancers. They require a lifelong, there's a lifelong risk of recurrence, which also requires monitoring after they have been treated for the cancer. And it's in this context that our non-invasive point-of-care test, or our test in general, come in, that you can monitor the progression of the disease for several times or for lifelong, basically, without creating any side effects for the patient. Ourselves, if you look at our proposed clinical utility, we have something we call the PERM, and that's the prognostic predictive biomarker. It's the early efficacy marker to see if a treatment is working or not. It's, as I mentioned before, the recurrency marker to see if a disease is reoccurring, and also lastly then the monitoring marker. When you have a chronic disease or which is a long-term treatment, you can monitor the progression of the disease through our biomarkers. On the horizontal axis here, you can see the different cancer indications that we are aiming for, and as you can see, our products populate most of the boxes. We, in our bacteriological segment, we, as I mentioned before, have a test to detect typhoid fever. It's a fever that's fairly well spread in developing countries. I mean, we have 11 to 20 million cases each year, and a lot of them are not discovered, but and approximately 160,000 deaths. This is a disease that is mainly affecting children, and about 12 to 30% of the people that get the disease will die if they don't get treated in time. So it's a high. Currently, we focus our sales on this in Indonesia and in Africa, but there's a huge potential in this product to help people in developing children in developing countries, and this is something that we are aiming to spread further into new markets. Sales and marketing. We have divided our sales and marketing into three main segments. It is the rapid tests and the point of care tests. And there we aim for clinics and local labs. In the oncology segments with our UBC Rapid and UBC Visual, we are aiming today mostly for private clinics. We have a quite high portion of the German market for private clinics within bladder cancer. This is a product that we are working to spread further out in Europe. On the bacteriology side, with Tubex, our focus is then in Southeast Asia. We have large sales quantities in Indonesia, but we are also aiming for new markets in Africa. The other segment is manual lab test, or our ELISAs and IRMAs. Here on the picture you can see our TK210 ELISA. And the target group there is laboratories, hospitals. It's also for research and pharma. And this kits you can use that in basically any lab settings in any lab across the world. I mean, the ELISAs are very simple to use, easy to set up, and so the starting barriers are very low. If you look at the automatization part, the third segment, we say that's a very important segment in order to reach to maximize the volumes of these tests and really get the biomarkers out in use to the broad public. You need to get the biomarkers out on automated platforms. And there today we have several cooperations. We aim to increase those cooperations with other partners. Arocell has a quite extensive clinical program, and the aim with the program is to show clinical utility for both TK1 and cytokeratins in cancer treatment. And these studies, the aim of them is to generate data for regulatory approval in the US and also in other markets. The studies is also used to communicate the value of using TK1 and cytokeratins, and that of course in turn promotes our products and gives us arguments for the clinicians to use it in a wider scale. We have set up 5 main strategic objectives going forward for Arocell. And as I said initially here, we have a fairly broad product portfolio with products that are in use and are selling. And our aim now is to increase those sales. The COVID pandemic was a setback in the development of our sales, but now we can see that especially in the oncology segment that it is recovering fast. And we also aim to put in further resources in expanding our oncology segment. The same thing goes for the bacteriology segment with Tubex. We have high sales volumes in Indonesia, and we hope to see those increase in time when the COVID pandemic effects of the COVID pandemic we get less effects from the COVID pandemic. We also see or have the ambition, and we believe that we fairly soon will be able to open new markets in African countries, which we have high hopes in. So the goal there is to increase the sales in Indonesia, but also to expand our sales in Africa, and so the product can get out to the patients and the children who need them. We also have our development program, our clinical development program, and the aim there is first of all to get the UBC Rapid 2.0 test approved in the US, and there we have studies planned, and we're going to start those studies with the aim then to get a 510 clearance in the United States. The same thing goes for our TK210 ELISA test, where we are planning to have additional studies in the United States with the aim to get regulatory clearance in the United States. In the European market, we also are planning further studies also to support the IVDR process. Our third point is to, as I mentioned before, to evaluate and utilize the synergies of combining TK1 and the cytokeratins in getting a new, improved, more precise diagnostic test. And this is a project that has started, and we will report from that continuously. And we also have high hopes, of course, for the result. We also believe that rapid tests is a big part of the company's future. We have today some products as rapid tests. We have the UBC, we have the Tubex. But we also believe that we should put the rest of our product portfolio or try to have more products as rapid tests. We think that the pandemic has raised the increased acceptance in the general public for using rapid tests. And we think this is strategically right for us to have also our test and be a big as rapid test, and it also will coincide with remote care and other things that is developing and going to be a big thing in the future. Fifth and lastly here is to invest further resources in getting our biomarkers on automated platforms. To reach high volumes, you need to be on automated platforms, and that's a major focus area for us. So to sum this whole thing up here, I mean, there's a lot of things going on. We have an ambitious product development program, an ambitious clinical program. We have exciting stuff happening on the sales side. So it's going to be a lot of interesting things happening going forward. So good things are ahead. Thank you. But put together with IDL's logistics and sales capabilities, we bring the whole company forward a few years, I would say. We also get access to the knowledge of cytokeratins, which enables us to create new, better products. So I would say that this was a very good match, those two companies, and I see good things coming out of it.
Mm-hmm. Does it also affect your already strong product portfolio?
Yeah, I mean, combining the cytokeratins with the TK1, we strongly believe will create better products. But also the whole infrastructure that we bought when we bought IDL enables us to move faster with the TK1 development. So I think the whole merger will have positive effects on the product development side, but also on the sales side, of course.
Mm-hmm. Well, switching gears a little bit, this summer you announced withdrawing the 501(k) application to the FDA. How does this impact your continued entry into the US market?
Well, I mean, first of all, it was surprising that we got that information so late from the FDA. I mean, we had submitted our application a long time ago, and then it was delayed due to the COVID pandemic, and delayed several times. So that we got this information that the predicate device did not work came as a surprise, and it was very late. So that, of course, made us need to take one step back and rethink with what we're doing here. But I mean, we are aiming still, of course, with the TK1 for the US market. And we are planning studies to take it to the US market with the 510(k) application mainly. We also have the de novo option, which we're currently evaluating as well. And we also have a fast track into a pre-submission meeting with the FDA, which we intend to use. Also on the TK1 side here, I must say that it's also quite important what happens with other TK1 application, 510(k) application in the TK1 area right now. So you also are very interested to see what the response from the FDA is in regards to other companies' applications. That will also have some impact on what we do.
Mm-hmm. Well, you definitely have a lot of exciting things coming up, and I'm wondering what specific milestones are you most looking forward to in the coming months?
Well, I mean, I hope to see increased sales, first of all. We have high hopes on the Tubex, on the bacteriology side, that we will be able to open a market in the near term. If that's a few months or not, but it's in the near term at least. We also are aiming to start our clinical program and clinical studies in the beginning of next year. And those are the main points going forward. Then there will be other news coming up as we go. But those are the two main points, I think, in the near term.
Well, it sounds great, and thanks so much for joining us today and answering these questions, and we wish you all the best for your upcoming work.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks for having me.
Next up here at our studio in Stockholm is Karolinska Development, and presenting is CEO Victor Dervota. Welcome, Victor.
Thank you, Michael. So, as said, I am representing Karolinska Development. I have a small disclaimer to show you. And Karolinska Development is an investment company listed on the Nasdaq small cap. And we're focusing on growth stage life science. We are integrated in the Karolinska Institute / hospital environment, and we have a proprietary deal from there. And many of our investments have been originated at Karolinska Institute. Although we're not exclusively there, we also have Finnish investments and investments from other parts of Scandinavia. We have a late-stage, first-in-class portfolio with several significant exit opportunities over the coming 2 to 3 years. And going forward, we will use our specialist team to invest and focus on drug development, medtech, and digital health, which have an exit potential within 3 to 4 years. Historically, there is a lot of companies that has come out of the Karolinska Development portfolio since the company was started as early as 2003 and listed in 2011. For example, Oncopeptides, BioArctic have been part of our portfolio. Aprea, which is listed in New York, have been part of our portfolio. Xspray also, and many other companies that are on the stock exchange today have been a part of the Karolinska Development portfolio. So, as I said, many companies have been part of the Karolinska Development portfolio. At the most, Karolinska Development had almost 40 portfolio companies, but not enough money to support all of these companies going through to next value inflection point. So what we have done is we have refined the portfolio, focusing on first-in-class assets in order to give our investors a significant upside. Historically, Karolinska Development have had sometimes pretty troublesome financial history with convertible loans, etc. That have been resolved. We have a new team on board. I will talk more about that. We also have a new board, and we also have a new strong owner, major owner who is backing us. So what have we learned over the years of doing life science investment? Well, you have to have clear value inflection points. It's depending on type of company we're talking about. It's either clinical or sales. Clinical, we usually aim at phase 2 or phase 2A, so we have a proof of concept. And as regards sales, it has to be reimbursement and hopefully we can take the companies within medtech cash flow positive within 3 to 4 years. So, and when we look at companies, it's also very important to set the right management and the board. It's extremely important that we choose people who are not just done drug development before, but who has also done specifically the thing that this company is doing. If it's implants, for example, then we look for people who have that specific knowledge and who have done that journey before, not general medtech people. And that is really important, and it's a key success factor, we believe, because they know all the pitfalls within this specific area. Also, when you finance these companies, you should finance them to cover the whole path to next value inflection points. It can sometimes be difficult to guess. In a drug discovery case, it's usually pretty obvious that but sometimes you encounter things that you couldn't account for before. So it's really important that you at least try to finance them with some buffer to the next value inflection points. Karolinska Development also have a very experienced team that is what I will come back to here. It's myself. I am a MD, PhD. I used to be associate professor of cardiology. And I have now done 19 years of venture capital with several IPOs and trade sales, both at SEB Venture Capital and here at Karolinska Development. We also have Per Anjansson, who has been investor for over 20 years and within various venture firms, both in tech and life science. Then we have John Öd, who has been within the drug discovery industry for almost 20 years. He has huge drug development experience, and he's our CSO. And then we have a general counsel, Johan Dighed, who has been within finance for almost 20 years as well. Then we have also an expert network that we can rely on when we need. And we also have a connection to China and our main owner in Yan Cheng, who is an investor as well. So what have we accomplished over the last few years since 2016? Until 2016, Karolinska Development had done only one small trade sale, gaining 25 million crowns, and it was a lot of money being spent. What we have achieved since 2016 with me and the new team, part of it is really new, but we are quite a few people who has been around since 2016 also. We have increased the portfolio value from 149 to over 1 billion SEK. We have had almost 3.5 billion SEK invested into our portfolio companies, where we have invested 366 million. We have done several exits, received 328 million SEK in exits proceed from various exits, among those BioArctic, Xspray, Pharmanest, Oncopeptides, etc. We have done 8 IPOs, and we had a pretty cumbersome convertible bond of 466 million SEK, and that we managed to convert and repay in 2019. So in essence, we have turned this company around. As I said, I mean, this is part of companies that have been passing through our portfolio. And if you look at these 4, BioArctic, Oncopeptides, Aprea, and Xspray, their total value today is 18 billion SEK. And there are others in here that we could also account for. So, what do we have in our portfolio? Well, I would say there is a good risk spreading in our portfolio. If you look at disease areas, we are within oncology, i.e. cancer, we are within sepsis, we are within women's health, we are within vaccines, we are within cardiovascular, we are within CNS. We also do have 2 medtech companies that are within implants, orthopedic implants. So there is wide risk spreading among the disease areas that we have here. We also have a risk spreading if you look at the stages where the companies are. So as you can see, there's a lot of companies who are now or during the coming years going through phase 2. I think the most recent one that went through phase 2 is Dilafor, which reported their results just before summer. And Dilafor reported really impressive results in labor induction. And that's a phase 2b study. So now we're looking to do a dual track with this company, i.e. trade sale or IPO, based on the results we have. And that we have communicated earlier, that when we take the companies through phase 2, if there is positive results, we will definitely try to do an IPO or a trade sale. Some of these companies has also been listed over the year. Modus have been listed, and we aim to list Humacrine Cognition, which is a CNS company. And as you can see, many of the companies also have several indications, like for example, Humacrine Cognition. So many of them are not only one-trick ponies, that we try to have several indications in each of these assets. So we try to spread our risk among stages and among disease areas, and also between medtech and drug development. So what is the investment strategy? I think what is worth mentioning is that as regards seed capital, this is not really seed capital. What we have done, for example, this year is a company called Anacardio. Anacardio is based on novel science coming out of the Karolinska Hospital/Institute, the Department of Cardiology. And we are going directly into phase 2 with a heart failure drug. So I think, well, we created a company around the founder, we invested into it, and then we are going to do a phase 2 study. So it's actually quite mature, although we will call this seed capital. And as you can understand, when you create a company and put together a company like this, the valuations you can enter in are really good, and exit potential for example in heart failure is enormous. I mean, it's one of the biggest disease. So these are the type of investments that we are looking to do. Also, I mean, we have a lot of venture capital investments where we invest together with other investors. We will of course do that in the seed capital as well, but in venture capital we enter into the companies together with other venture capital colleagues. One company is, for example, Forendo, where we are with Novartis, Merck Ventures, Sunstone, Novo, etc. What we are also going to do is that we're going to look at more mature stages to go in and do venture investments in public equity. So it is investments in listed companies in First North. We believe that the valuations at First North for some of the companies can be really good if you compare in an international perspective. And also we'll do what we call crossover, which is essentially IPO. That is something that's been done on the US market for a while, validating the company before the IPO. That is something that we're also looking into. So, I mean, where are we? What is our focus to be when we look at all of these areas? Well, if you look backwards and see where can you actually earn money, then you will find that it's usually drug discovery, although it is sometimes referred to as a binary risk. It is, but that is where, if you look at life science venture, where most of the returns have come from. So it's more likely that you will get return from a drug discovery company if you enter at the right stage, i.e. you financed early clinical phases. than if you enter into a medical or digital health company, because the risk is totally different in the medical device company. The risk in the medical device company is more of a market risk. You have to take the company usually through to cash flow positive. You have to prove yourself in the market. It's not only the science, it's selling, it's reimbursement, etc. So there is a totally different risk, which means that the medtech cases are, I would argue, at least the same risk as the drug discovery companies, but it's a different type of risk. So, a short summary. If you don't want to invest into specific companies, you can invest into a portfolio of companies with a very experienced management team who have worked with venture capital within life science for almost 20 years. With the turnaround of KD is now completed, and we have done several exits, IPOs, etc. I think we have proven ourselves that we are able to do this. We have a unique deal sourcing capability, as for example Anacardia, which we took right out of the clinic at the Karolinska Institute, and also Svenska Vaccinfabriken, which we did the same and set up a company around hepatitis D and B, curative vaccine. We have a lot of upcoming attractive value inflection points that could potentially give us a lot of exit proceeds. We have a new strong main owner in Sino Biopharmaceuticals, which have been very supportive. And we have a very experienced management team combining a lot of expertise in various areas, such as legal, drug development, and venture capital, and investment in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Victor. I just have a couple of questions for you. First of all, when evaluating possible investments, what criteria would you say are the most important?
I mean, it's the obvious ones, right? It has to be interesting technology, it has to be a medical need, etc., etc. But I think management is really important. It's really important to set new management. Many of these companies go into something that nobody has done before. It can be, I mean, you have discovered something totally new, and you know, it's like Christopher Columbus going to America. He thought he was going to India, and all of a sudden people are shooting arrows at him. So that's the way, which means that management has to be very flexible and to be able to adjust whenever there's a new competitor or something happens. So they can go either right or left or straight ahead if that's needed, and to be able to change the mindset due to the circumstances that are coming up.
Well, speaking of mindset, when would you say is a good time to let go and divest?
So, I mean, we have a clear strategy. For drug development companies, it's phase 2A. We would like to finance late preclinical, phase 1, phase 2A. Then, if that's positive, we would like to do either an IPO to take it to the next step if that's needed, but preferably a trade sale. A drug development would like to enter when they already have a turnover, and we see that there is reimbursement, they are on their way to cash flow positive, there is a big market need, the market dynamics are such that there will be a buyer there, and that there is a buyer universe, not just 2 or 3 buyers, which can be the case sometimes in medtech. So that's sort of the sweet spot that we're looking at.
And finally, looking at the near term in the fourth quarter, what will be the most important thing for Karolinska Development?
Yeah, so we have several companies now that are really important for us. One is Humankind Cognition, where we're going to do an IPO. That's really important for us. Also to come up and run with dual track for DILA4. That's a really important asset for us as well. So I think those, looking near term, those are the 2 most important. And also we have an upcoming IPO of Promimic in the first quarter of next year. So there's a lot of things happening. Those are the most important things for us right now.
Sounds very promising. Well, thanks so much for answering the questions, and thanks for your presentation, and we wish you all the best for your coming work.
Thank you.
And now it's time for Spago Nanomedical with CEO Mats Hansen. Welcome, Mats.
Thank you very much, Martin. Happy to be here and to present Spago Nanomedical at BioStock Life Science Summit today. Today I will walk you through a little bit about our technology, the evidence that we have for that technology, and the pipeline projects that we are running based on it. I will say a few words about the market and with where we are as a company right now and the next steps ahead. So, with Spago Nanomedical, we have developed a nanotheranostics platform for personalized medicine. We are utilizing the fact that we can target solid tumors by means of physiological targeting, meaning that we utilize the blood flow and the need for nutrient supply to the growing tumors in order to direct functional nanoparticles to the tumors. These nanoparticles carry a load, in our case metal ions, that makes them functional in a sense that we can use them for both diagnostic purposes and for therapeutic purposes. So we can, using this platform material, we can direct functional nanoparticles to growing tumors and potentiate precision radiotherapy and diagnostics of tumors. So the evidence we have, does this work? Well, it does. We have started out with a contrast agent for MRI, and we use that in solid tumors. And we have proven that this agent works in a way that visualize solid breast tumors very, very well. And this confirms the accumulation of our functional nanoparticles in the tumors and opens up for use in both diagnostics and therapeutics. So based on these very, very positive findings, we are running two projects currently. Spagopix, which is a contrast agent for MRI diagnostics. And with that project, we have the aim to make provide more precision into the visualization of tumors than what is possible with MRI today. With TumorAd, our therapy project, we can enable internal radiation therapy of solid tumors, which is often called radionuclide treatment. And here, the goal is obviously to provide a more effective treatment to metastatic and aggressive tumors, maintaining good quality of life. So I will talk a little bit about the projects, and I will start out with Spagopix. And again, coming back to the very positive findings that we have in the interim results of the ongoing clinical trial with this agent. Here at the images you can see to the left an MRI image of a solid breast tumor with no contrast in it. And you can see that the tumor itself, it's there, but it's not really visible in any great detail. With our product candidate SN132D, you can see on the other hand that the tumor is very well identified. You can see the tumor margins very clearly. You can see that it has very good precision in the way that there is no background enhancement. And this, to us, opens up for use in many other solid tumors, as well as marking this as a validation of our platform technology. And more importantly, it provides a validation of use also for therapeutic therapeutic applications. We have also seen that we can obtain very nice images of the pancreas, and this opens up for expansion of indications, of course, and it opens up a potential for high-resolution imaging in this organ where there is today no good contrast agent available. So this is something we are exploring further as well as we go along. And the status in the project right now is that we are pursuing the clinical trial, Spagopix, here in Sweden. Safety and efficacy, of course, are key endpoints, and as I've already explained, the interim results we've got so far indicate the clinically relevant MRI contrast of breast cancer tumors. And again, I can't stress enough how important this is as a validation of our technology platform. Then, of course, as I mentioned, we also have the positive contrast in the pancreas, which opens up a very interesting way for indication expansion. The current status is that the study continues, and we look forward to the next interim results that will hopefully validate the platform even further. And just as a kind of wrapping up of where we are today, so we've got clinical proof of concept for SN132D in solid tumor, which is very important to state. If we switch to our other project, and perhaps more interesting right now, TumorAd. This is our therapy project where we aim to provide a new radionuclide treatment for aggressive cancer, or I should say against aggressive cancer perhaps. Again, we are using physiological targeting, and we are using our functional nanoparticles to target radionuclide therapy to the growing tumors by systemic treatment. This means that we can target not only the mother tumor but also metastatic tumors within the body, which is not possible with traditional radiotherapy. We have preclinical evidence that this works very well and that we have good uptake in the tumor of the particles. We have shown that we can delay tumor growth and that we can provide extended survival in a preclinical model of aggressive breast cancer. We have observed very low toxicity of the cold nanomaterial, meaning the particles themselves are not toxic at the doses given so far. This opens up for the favorable scaling to clinically relevant dosing, which is very important. So this appeared to be useful in the clinic as well. And the status right now is that we are moving quickly towards clinical development with SN201, which is the product candidate for TumorAd. We have the preclinical data, which are further supported by the data I've shown with Spagopix in the clinic, that supports translation of this project into clinical trials. And right now we are working on the clinical plan, the clinical trial protocol, and the aim is to start the trial next year in patients with late-stage cancer. We are concluding the ongoing preclinical regulatory program in order to support the clinical trial application. And we are also working with GMP production at an external CMO. The regulatory documentation that will be necessary is underway, and so is the feasibility investigation at different sites, clinical sites, where we can hopefully run the trial next year. So the aim is to start a phase 1/2 trial during 2022. And I'm very happy to say that this is progressing very well and according to plan. We raised capital earlier this year in order to progress Tumorad as quickly as possible to the clinic, and this is actually what we are delivering on right now. A few words about the radionuclide therapy market. So what we've seen recently, and this is an article that was published in Nature Biotechnology earlier this year, reflecting the increased interest in this area. And this is further corroborated by the deals that has been done over the past 6 or 7 years with Xofigo, Lutathera, and Lu PSMA-617. The two latter ones by Novartis and Xofigo by Bayer. And we see many other deals as well in this field. So I would say there is a rise in interest in the radionuclide field. So with that, I would say that we are very well positioned to take our project to the next level. We listed at Nasdaq First North earlier this year. At the same time, we raised capital to proceed Tumorad to clinic. What we are looking forward to now is the readout of the clinical trial with Spagopix, and of course proceeding Tumorad to clinical phase as quickly as possible. We are looking to partner the Spagopix project as we go along, and further down the line, of course, also to grow the pipeline. So with that, I'd like to conclude. We think that we have a very promising technology where we now have clinical evidence that it works as we say it will. We have very interesting projects running in both diagnostics and, more importantly, in therapy, where the market potential is huge. So with that, I would like to thank you for listening and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mats. Let's start with what's the main advantage of your technology compared to existing diagnostics and therapies?
Well, I would say it's the fact that we have a functional nanomaterial that we can target to solid tumors, and the fact that we can provide a means to treat solid tumors, even metastatic ones, with radiotherapy, which is basically not possible today.
Interesting. And you talked about the high interest in the radionuclide market. How will you position Tumorad in that context?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because what we see today are targeted therapies that are kind of limited to certain indications. Xofigo, for instance, bone metastasis, Lutathera for neuroendocrine tumors. With Tumorad and the physiological targeting mechanism, we have a more general way of attacking the tumors, if you wish. So that opens up for use in other tumor types that are not currently available for that kind of treatment. So we see a very broad potential with Tumorad in that sense.
So speaking of the deals you mentioned in your presentation, how relevant are them? Are they for you?
I think generally speaking, they reflect the interest that is there from big pharma in the field. I mean, Novartis spent more than $6 billion in this field over the past 2-3 years.
And we see other big pharma companies. Bayer has a huge early pipeline of this type of therapies. And we see smaller companies coming up as well. So I would say it's relevant in the sense that it shows a growing market and it shows an interest from the industry in general in this field.
Okay, so now you're focused on Tumorad project, and then what will be the most important activities for you in the coming year?
It will certainly be to advance the project into the clinic as quickly as possible. And I think as I was saying, I'm very happy that all the activities are proceeding according to plan, especially since that is what we promised the market earlier this year. So more specifically, what we are doing is we are finalizing the preclinical program. I expect that to be done before end of this year. We are running new efficacy studies in further models to show the breadth of the scope of the project. And we are the GMP production is ongoing for clinical supply, and of course all the compilation of regulatory documents and supporting the clinical trial application. So a lot of things ongoing.
Yeah. Thank you, Mats, for presenting.
Thank you very much.
Would you say that there are particularly important milestones in terms of IP protection than during a lifespan of a life science company? For example, when transforming from a preclinical early stage phase into a clinical phase, are there any specific milestones that you should be aware of as an investor?
The COVID-19 drugs. So we don't know about how quick they will handle, but they have 90 days, as we know, as their limit. And we plan to submit by year end here. The final is China. And I would say that once we have submitted our FDA file, we will also file for China. And as you know, we have one of our larger owners from China who are looking forward to that this process is finally starting. I want to mention areas of the product portfolio as such. When you take a sample, you are also using a clip to mark the place where the lesion that has a suspected cancer is situated. And why is that? Well, it is because you need to come back and control if the lesion has shrinked. You need also to take away the whole surrounding around the cancer lesion. And in the reality today, you can see the clips very much on mammography, but it is very hard on ultrasound. And it is in the ultrasound area where you are using, so to say, you're using the ultrasound in order to check on the patient. And of course, this is very frustrating that they can't find what they have marked with. And not least, I would like to say, when you develop this, the manufacturers have enjoy a good margin on these products. So this is how it looks like today on ultrasound, and it's very hard to find the clip. Here we have tested with our product, and you can see that it has a totally other sign. What they need is, of course, to find the clip within a few minutes when they examine the patient. And we are now in the design phase and hope to finish that by end of the year. So a clip in the basket would then enable us to also bundle at the hospital. So a bundle offer, which means needles and clip together. The other area, if you would like to call it product portfolio, is of course to develop our technology also in other indications. And you see here that breast is the largest, and that's what we are focused on now. But you have also other areas, and prostate cancer is an area of interest, of course, for us. To sum up, Our market cap, we have a low value today. It is shaky on the stock market as well, but we can conclude just that it is approximately 170 million. We have cash enough for this year, and we have already earlier announced that we will do a new financing round in the springtime 2022. Our target milestones is of course US, and to remind ourselves, most important is to have good quality of the file. It's not so much about deadlines as to have the quality. Further sales in Europe, and then clinical study reports where we have a good clinical program. I have not touched on that today, but we expect to have results here by last quarter. So why invest? I hope you remember my summary in brief about NeoDynamics, and I think that the most important thing is that we follow the trend in cancer care. We are aligned with what is happening, and you remember the word precision medicine or individualized medicine in the cancer area. And if you use that, you require also precision biopsies to be taken, otherwise you will fail with your treatment. Our product is well documented, very much compared to many other medtech companies, and we have an ongoing clinical program. This is important when we turn to partners, as they see that we are committed long term with our medical studies, some that are completed now, but others are ongoing to be completed in the near future. And we have today an ongoing good cooperation now, thanks to the opening up of the hospitals after the pandemic, with key centers who are very eager to work together with us in order to make Neonavia known around the world. So, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Anna. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions here. So NeoDynamics has been quite active introducing Neonavia in clinics around Europe. The pandemic has obviously brought on some challenges there. How have you sidestepped these challenges?
Before sidestepping, it is just to conclude, we had a good schedule or timetable in January, February to roll out the product. However, the hospitals closed. For us, it is vital to get the workshops set up. And why is that? Because the doctors need to touch and feel. They see the result immediately when they are testing our product. They see the result of the sample size, etc. And often they conclude with asking for a quote and an order. With the presentation, it is like one of 1,000 presentations that are held by a pharma or a medtech company. What we have done is during this spring is to select the right people, present to them and book timetable for workshops. Some have been even so keen that they have offered us workshops at a hotel next to the hospital. So we have run there with our ultrasound machines and our products, and of course they have tested and it has been good, but it's not optimal. So now we are back to normal, and I'm very pleased with that.
That's great. So there's a positive mood, of course. So let's hope that keeps up.
Yes.
Well, you also mentioned moving towards the U.S. in terms of market, and in terms of being a big milestone for the company. Recently, you mentioned that a patent was granted for your device. How important is this patent in terms of moving towards the U.S.?
So we can conclude now that we have patents in the US together with the remaining part of the world, but we have in US now for both our needles as well as the pulse technology. And that is then the basis for us to be free and handle, so to say, a sales situation once we have the regulatory approval. I think no one is doubting, or everyone that has followed us has heard about US as the potential, and that the company's value is more related to the US market and what we can do there, because the biopsy world, if I may say so, is starting there. They have a good reimbursement system. There are the big biopsy medtech companies that are not so good at research. and development, but are very good at selling. So, and this in history, we've seen the same happening, that these big companies are actually picking up products that are developed somewhere else in the world. So let's see now if we can, not let's see, but rather to say that we are working on the file now. We have a dialogue with FDA. Our aim is to get it submitted as soon as possible, but very important is that FDA is with us until the very end. The dialogue should be ongoing because we know they are busy. If they see something that is not in tune with what they expected, they will put it aside, stop the clock, and then we have another tour. So it's very important what we do here in the end as well, to rush with sense. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, it'll be exciting to follow NeoDynamics in the coming future. And yeah, thanks so much for answering our questions and for your presentation. And we do wish you all the best for your future work.
Thank you very much.
As a patent expert, IP expert, if we were to sum up in a few words or a few sentences, what's the most important aspects for an investor to look at when you consider investing in a company? And in terms of IP protection, what would you say are the most fundamental things that you need to look for as an investor?
It's difficult to generalize. But I think if you're coming into a life science company that has an ambition to bring a product onto the market, and by life science I'll mean here drug developers or diagnostic companies, I think you'd want to have a look at that early patent portfolio. I presume you'll be joining the company when there is some kind of early filing capturing that proof of concept. So look at the quality of that and look at the control the company has over that portfolio. Quite often, co-file patent rights, co-applicants can be problematic. So, and also we see a lot of companies starting up as spin-outs from universities where the IP rights, for instance, might be held by the university still. You want to understand what access does the company have to those IP rights, and if there is some kind of agreement in place with the university or some other co-applicant, whether there's a buyout clause and what that would look like, or whether you're going to be tied in long term to some kind of license framework. I think another thing to look at is actually what's going on right now. So what does the company look like? How organized are they internally? We have registered IP rights, and that's what you can publicly see. You can see patent registers and investigate the quality of the patents. But there can be a lot of value held in, for instance, know-how and trade secrets and R&D results, which never make it into a patent filing. How are they organized? What is the status internally of the company? For instance, if the company quite often gets in contract research, is actually understanding whether the contracts and ownership of the IP were in good order, or whether later on you might get someone who has a claim to some valuable piece of IP because of some poor internal housekeeping from the company at that early stage.
Basically, you need to get a good look at the early protection of the assets of the company. That's a very important point. Yes. Benjamin, I'd like to thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us today.
You're welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much.
For the next presentation, we are joined by Danish Curasight, who are represented by CEO Ulrik Krasilnikov and CSO Andreas Kjær. Welcome, Ulrik.
Thank you very much, Cecilia, and for being invited to this BioStock Life Science Summit. My name is Ulrik Krasilnikov, and I'm CEO of Curasight, and I will together present the company with co-founder and CSO, Professor Andreas Kjær. First of all, we have a disclaimer about the forward-looking statements, so you have to make your own assumptions. First of all, some highlights about Curasight. Curasight is actually a phase 2 clinical stage company founded back in 2013, based on more than 10 years of research at Rigshospitalet in Copenhagen. Curasight has developed a diagnostic platform which is named uTrace, and it is right now tested at several cancer types. And right now we have been tested on 8 ongoing or completed phase 2 clinical trials. uTRACE has been tested in more than 400 patients at Rigshospitalet, and by that proven to be safe. Besides, we also are tapping into a rapidly growing market, which is expected to grow fivefold within the next 10 years. Furthermore, we have a very strong IP position with issued patents both in the US and EU, so that's also very encouraging. Besides, we just have raised together with last year and now with the warrants around 95 million Danish crowns to pursue the strategy. Just some highlights since the IPO, since we went listed last year. First of all, we was awarded with 2 prizes earlier this year by the Independent IPO Guide. One for the excellent stock price development, and the second for quality of the company. Furthermore, we have initiated a preclinical study within the uTREAT option in brain cancer, and furthermore, we have reported and published the results from the phase 2 prostate cancer study in the Journal of Nuclear Medicine. And furthermore, we have extended the patents portfolio with granted patents both for uTREAT and uTRACE. Besides, we have initiated a commission research analyzed cooperation with SEB. Just about the exercise of warrants, that has just been completed very successfully with an exercise ratio of about 98%, corresponding to around 2.8 million new shares, which will give us additional cash around 47 million before issue costs. And that, together with what we already have in cash in hand, will give us around 75 million Danish crown cash in hand here in mid of October. If we look at the nuclear medicine market, just to show you that it is expected to increase rapidly, and that will Curasight also be part of, both within the diagnostic part and within the therapeutic part. Then I will give over the word to Andreas Kjær, who will take us through the portfolio.
So, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Curasight pipeline or portfolio. And one of the nice things with our technology is that it's currently tested in many different cancer types. But what we are focusing on and what we have raised money for so far is on the imaging part for prostate cancer and brain cancer with uTRACE, and for therapy uTREAT, it's the brain cancer we are looking into. Just to remind you about what Curasight's technology is based on, it's targeting uPAR. And uPAR is a cancer marker that is highly expressed in invasive and aggressive cancers, and to much lower extent in healthy tissue. And this makes it ideal both for imaging but also for therapy. As you could see on the overview of the pipeline, the many types of cancer tested in, there are many possibilities. But we started out in glioblastoma, a very aggressive brain cancer, and the reason for this is that there's a large unmet need. There are around 30,000 high-grade gliomas, these aggressive cancers. Up to 10% are in children. And all of these patients today, or most of them, receive external radiation therapy combined with chemotherapy. Despite this, the survival is only around 1 year. And we hope in Curasight that our technology will be able to improve this. So how does the technology look in brain cancer? This is uTRACE, and this is a brain cancer. This is an MRI scan, and you can see the glioblastoma sitting there in the brain. And this is uTRACE, so you can see it lights up. Red is the most hot area with most of the tracer. And so you can see that uTRACE gets into there. So first of all, this can be used for diagnosis. But since we have uTREAT that goes for the same target, we always say what you see is what you treat. So if this takes up our imaging ligand, it's likely also to take up uTREAT, the therapeutic ligand. And that's the concept, the theranostic principle. And targeted radionuclide therapy is based on a compound that goes for UPAR and then has radioactivity bound to it that is harmful, that performs radiation therapy locally with 1 millimeter range. And the advantage of this compared with external radiation therapy is that you inject it and it goes to every single cancer cell that expresses UPAR. With external beam, it's much more difficult because you have to also irradiate through healthy tissue. It might be easier to understand on this diagram here. Here you can see how U-treat that is injected goes into the tumor where UPAR is expressed, and also if there are small islands, it will probably bind there. Whereas when you do external radiation therapy, you do this from different angles, but you have to irradiate through healthy tissue. And very often that would limit the amount of radiation you can give, and it will also carry side effects because healthy brain tissue is irradiated. So it is a more gentle way to do radiation therapy. And the market size I will hand over to Ulrik that will tell a little bit about what the potential is within brain cancer.
Thank you, Andreas. If we look at the brain cancer market size, it could be divided up both in the diagnostic path and also the therapeutic path. And if we look at the imaging path, which is the diagnostic part, it is estimated to around 200 million euro annually. And that is based on that around 65,000 each new cases each year has to be scanned during the year. And the calculation is based on similar reimbursement codes from the US at comparable PET tracer like NetSpot. So that is very similar or equal calculation that it will sum up to around 200 million. If you look at the therapeutic part, then we are calculated it's around 5.1 billion euro annually. And that is due to that around the 65,000 new cases in brain cancer, 30,000 is considered to be the high-grade glioma, which we are pursuing at this stage. And that is a totally different price tag we have on that part. And again, it's calculated on similar reimbursement codes used in the US. So that is very attractive, the brain cancer market, both for the diagnostic part, but especially also for the therapeutic part. Yeah. Then I will give the word to Andreas.
Thank you, Ulrik. And I'll not take you through the other indication that is our first priority right now. In brain cancer, it was imaging and therapy. In prostate cancer, it is imaging diagnostic we're looking for. So in prostate cancer, which is a very common cancer, the problem is when I went to medical school, it was said you die with and not of your prostate cancer. And this is correct for most of the patients. The problem is it's not correct for everybody because there are some cases that will develop aggressively. But there's no good way to determine which of these cancers will become aggressive and not. And therefore, the problem is really to recognize the tumors that do not need aggressive therapy. And is this important? Yes, it's very important because it's estimated that up to 80% of removals of the prostate gland called prostatectomies are unnecessary. And of these patients, up to 70% will become or get some degree of impotence and urinary incontinence. So it's not trivial to take out a gland that maybe would never have needed to be taken out. And this is what we try to solve with uTrace. So the idea here is really how can we determine in the low and the intermediate cases whether they are aggressive or not. And today it's done through taking biopsies, invasive biopsies, and doing pathology. But we want to replace this with imaging. It's much more gentle, and it's also, we expect, more accurate because it does not have the sampling error. We see the whole tumor. And then based on this, we will decide what happened with the patient. So and to kind of make this come true, a study has been performed that correlates the image readout with the invasive biopsies to see whether it can be replaced. Before we go into that study, just to remind you how it can look, and this is an image with a UPAR PET tracer, and this is the prostate gland, and here you can see it lights up on the UPAR PET, and these are the two images fused. So the idea is this cancer lights up because it has a lot of UPAR in it, and therefore it's aggressive. If this would not light up very much, it would be a cancer that could have been left and be followed through what is called active surveillance. And the investigator-initiated study out of Rigshospitalet that was recently published actually demonstrated this correlation between biopsies and U-trace imaging. And here you can see what is shown here. This is the imaging. How much does it light up on the scan? And this is how aggressive it is on the pathology, on the biopsies. And you can see it increases with increasing aggressiveness on the biopsies. So very encouraging, there is this correlation. And what we really want to do is to see who should be treated aggressively and who should be left under surveillance. And normally you can divide this between the Gleason score 3+4 and 4+3. And what we then studied is if we use this as a cutoff, and we then established a cutoff on our scan, could we classify the patients in the correct classes? And all the green one going below over here, they demonstrate that yes, we can with very high certainty demonstrate the ones that have a low grade and therefore should not be treated aggressively. And this is what we really want to obtain, because this is what makes it possible to save biopsies and save unnecessary aggressive treatment. And for the market size here, I again leave the floor for Ulrik.
Thank you, Andreas. And just to read some about the potential in the prostate cancer business case, right now we're only focusing on the diagnostic part, and that is again based on similar reimbursement codes based on in the US market and also in the EU market. And actually it's around 500,000 new cases each year in EU and US together. And that is calculated with €3,000 per scan in the US and the half of the price in the EU. So that sums up to around €1 billion annual for the diagnostic part in prostate cancer. Yeah, and then Andreas will take us through the milestones.
Thank you, Ulrik. And on the upcoming milestones, everything here is U-trace, the imaging is in orange and therapy is in green. And the important things are really that we will move forward in brain cancer with U-trace. This is on the clinical side, and on the preclinical side, still in being tested in animals, we will also make ready for U-treat. So there will be some major milestones obtained over the next year. And then going forward, we also have prepared for the prostate cancer study, but that will be at a later stage. And I'll leave over to Ulrik again.
Thank you, Andreas. And this is just to give you an idea of the what is going on actually within the nuclear tracer company market and the acquisitions that have been accomplished the last 4 years. And recently, 2 transactions has actually been conducted with Bayer. They have acquired PSMA Therapeutics and also Nordic Therapeutics. So still the big company is really stepping into this market. And this is just to sum up why Curasight is an attractive investment case. First of all, we do not see any direct competitors when we look into the UPAR PET-based imaging pathway and also focusing on the U-treat pathway. We are very well used radiopharmaceutical, meaning that it has been tested in more than 400 patients successfully with U-trace. We have a very strong IP position, and furthermore, we also have a second-to-none clinical trial portfolio, as it has been tested in the most common cancer disease. Furthermore, we do look forward to a huge potential in the diagnostic pathway, where we combine uTrace with uTreat. And then we also have, I would like to highlight the cooperation with SEB, as they are covering Curasight through their commission and research, and also the range of the valuation of Curasight right now is interesting for investment perspective. Yes, and then I will hand over to Andreas.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation. And then I have a couple of questions for you. What would you say is the main focus in uTrace and uTreat right now?
Yeah. Right now, as also shown in our presentation, the focus is on brain cancer, where we are planning for the phase 3 study in imaging, and then we are doing all the preclinical development to be ready for going into patient with a therapeutic option. At the same time, for uTrace, we are also preparing for the prostate cancer use, but it was not part of the funding really only for preparing to it. But of course, now where we were very pleased that our shareholders did exercise almost all of the warrants, now we also have a financial position where we'll look into how we might be able to accelerate this part.
Yeah, and that leads on to the next question. How do you plan to position uTrace and uTreat?
Yeah, on these cases, we will try to, with the brain cancer, we hope to be out there very soon with doing a phase 3 study in imaging, and then we want really to become the theranostic in brain cancer, and we hope very much that will be game-changing, mainly for the benefit of the patients, but of course also for the shareholders. And on the prostate part, we hope we can accelerate it because we think there's a large unmet need, and we're very excited about what the investigator-initiated study demonstrated, and it was just as we hoped for. So we will do everything we can to accelerate this part of it.
And finally, then, if we zoom out a little bit, and you did touch on this, both of you in the presentation a bit, but how would you describe, just sum up, Curasight's potential on the cancer market, which is a huge market, of course?
I would think just as the market, I think the potential of Curasight is huge. I mean, we have a technology that is not, it's cancer specific, but not cancer type specific. And this makes it broadly applicable. And I think that's quite unique because many times you will develop a technology that goes for a target maybe only expressed in prostate cancer. But as UPAR is a marker of cancer aggressiveness, it's really expressed across most solid cancers. And that makes it, almost unlimited what we can do. And of course, what we will do is that there are these investigator-initiated studies undertaken currently. And when these data start coming out and are being published, we will have a in-depth look into what they tell us and where the opportunities are. And that combined, of course, always with what is the unmet need. Is there really a need for something in this type of cancer that can benefit the patient? And then, of course, we will take up those challenges and see whether Curasight can help providing a solution for that.
Well, we look forward to following you on that mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
And for the next presentation here from Lund, we are joined by Cline Scientific and CEO Patrik Sund. Welcome, Patrik.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patrik Sund. I'm the CEO of Cline Scientific, and I will tell you a little bit about our company and some updates on milestones that we have reached and that we will have in the future. Since we have presented our company here at BioStock a number of times before, I will primarily today focus on one of our projects that we're trying to drive into the clinic called StemCart. And we feel that we have some exciting news and the coming milestones for that project. But first, a little recap about Cline. We have a patented nanosurface technology which we use to study and control different types of cells. We apply our technology into two internal R&D projects. One, CellRace, that involves a cancer diagnostic product, and the other called StemCart, as I said, which involves stem cell therapy designed to repair cartilage damage. We also have, since the beginning of the year, a collaboration with AstraZeneca, where they are they're in the process of testing our technology for use in a stem cell application with a different focus than our own, but in a very similar way. So, therefore, I want you to know that Cline today is an R&D company with a strong focus on these two projects and to drive them into a clinical phase, nothing else. Our technology, again, I think that you've seen this before, nanoparticles that are arranged in a certain pattern on surfaces. We're capable of replicating naturally occurring gradients that are the ones responsible for different types of cellular responses in the body. And we can also design these surfaces in many different ways. Therefore, they have a multitude of uses and serve as our platform technology. Our company has a history. We went public in 2015 on the Spotlight Market, and we moved our company to NASDAQ First North Growth Market in the beginning of the summer of this year. Our business model is we're a preclinical stage R&D company, as I said. We focus on building projects with high commercial value, and the revenue stream should come from either out-licensing these projects or divesting them in the future, and I will tell you about when. The two projects, as I've mentioned, CellRace is a diagnostic project, and StemCart then is a stem cell therapy for damaged cartilage repair. I will very briefly dive into CellRace, the diagnostic product. It's an IVD product for the early detection and determination of the metastatic potential of a breast tumor. It's a live cell-based assay looking at tumor cells, cultured tumor cells from the tumor over time. And eventually, we expect this product to be used for not only breast cancer, but other types of metastatic tumors and cancers as well. Let me see here. 90% of all cancer-related deaths are due to metastatic or the fact that cancer is spreading. This is today very difficult to detect before they already have spread, and therefore treatment is not optimal. The current methods focuses on different aspects, different biomarkers, genetic expressions, or the classical histopathology, whereas our assay is based on, as I said, live cells, therefore taking the entire reaction of the cells into account. What we do measure is, and what we focus on, is how the tumor cells can move. There are different types of movement. So far we've focused on directional migration, in other words, how far or how much, if you will, a tumor cell can move, which is an essential characteristic in order for tumor cells to spread out the body. They have to break out from the primary tumor and out into the bloodstream, or possibly the lymph stream. This is something that is quite complex, and therefore we are developing an algorithm to be able to analyze all these movements that we are recording, and we will expand testing to a number of different cell lines that we can mix to make sure that we can differentiate between non-metastatic and metastatic cells in this project. So, StemCart. StemCart is meant to repair degraded or destroyed cartilage in different joints, notably knee joints, shoulder joints, and hip joints. Damaged cartilage is something that leads to chronic pain, and it severely limits and restricts people's lives. It's very difficult to live with. There is no cure, and the way to treat this is primarily by pain management, constant pain management. In some cases, there are some surgical procedures whereby you can operate and replace the joint with a prosthetic, plastic prosthetic. Problem there is that they don't last too long, and it also restricts what you can do or what you cannot do. There are some emergent treatments with mesenchymal stem cells, but it's not quite done yet. So currently there is no fully functional regenerative cartilage solution for these types of problems. What then is the StemCart approach? Well, what we have done is we have first taken cartilage cells and reprogrammed them back to what's called IPS cells, or as you see here, induced pluripotent stem cells. Then those cells, now stem cells, have been differentiated in a certain way on Cline's unique surface technology. And when we do that, we eventually get new chondrocytes or cartilage cells that are optimal to replace the damaged cartilage. And these cells are then, or will then, be integrated into a support matrix, which we have developed ourselves too. And this forms then an implant that can be implanted into the joint during a surgical procedure, a very simple surgical procedure. This will be a first-in-class on the market, and we also intend to make this the best-in-class in the market, and this has not been done before. The market is very large. I think these numbers are they are pretty moderate. It's estimated that up to 300 million people or patients suffer from serious joint damage, that is cartilage damage, at any given time. The sums of money spent on hip and knee replacements, as you can see, are enormous. And we think that with this type of a therapy, about 90% of the total market is addressable. Where are we then? Well, the roadmap for StemCart looks fairly much like any other clinical product. And you can see the top line, what it looks like in general. Below you see some boxes, what we need to do and what we have done. The green ones are accomplished already, are done. The yellow ones are what we're doing right now, and the red ones is what we will do. What is circled in the blue rectangle here are the steps that Cline will take. That's what we see is our job, so to speak. We need to partner to get this to the market with a larger company that can take it through phase 2, 3, and obviously market penetration or market to introduction. And that is something that we will do in the future. I want to point this out since some people have told us that and speculated that we have a very long time before we can exit Cline's part in this. And it's not true, because our job is, as I said, to go through phase 1 maybe, but not more than that. A partner should be there to take it further after that. To get a little closer to this, where are we today? What are we doing? This is what we have done. We are in the middle of the proof of concept, which is a necessity when you're talking cell therapy. We will do an ex vivo test starting hopefully before Christmas this year. And the specific upcoming goals are to, number one, receive ethical permission to do some work on patient samples. We have sent that in already. We will then, right after we receive that, commence the ex vivo study that I talked about. We are currently or concurrently developing a method to measure the cell viability, how effective or how alive the cells are. That's obviously important. And we also have a project with Chalmers to combine the matrix that we already have developed with the cells and the cell functions. And we expect the initial results from our ex vivo tests sometime the first half of next year. The ex vivo testing will start, as I said, late in the fourth quarter of this year. It will be on human cartilage. We're doing this together with some surgeons that we're working with. And we will use cartilage that is removed from patients during surgery. And as I said, the ethical permit has been applied for, and we expect that to come through in the coming months. Benefits of this type of cell therapy is that, number one, that we can regenerate what's called articular cartilage for a large group of patients. This has been tried many times before, but not been successful in the sense that the cartilage does not last very long. We believe we have a solution to remedy that problem. And also, since our therapy is based on iPS cells, stem cells, it will be an allogenic cell source that allows the scale up of this cell therapy, which makes it financially justifiable, as opposed to the autologous stem cell therapies that are available today. In other words, you can only use your own stem cells from your own body. In addition to this, when we are successful with our own project, we believe that our technology and our methodology can be expanded to a number of cell therapy areas for other types of functional cells, such as what we have communicated in the beginning of the year. We are, as I mentioned, in collaboration with AstraZeneca, who is trying our technology within a project, an EU-funded project called VA Cure, where they are trying to understand the mechanisms of what's called vascular anomalies. That means defects in your blood vessels. They are trying to differentiate also iPS cells, but into a different type of functional cell, epithelial cells, that is then hopefully going to be used in different types of therapeutic or different therapeutic ways to treat these vascular anomalies. Vascular anomalies are very prevalent today in the total population of the world. The complications can be very benign, birthmarks, but it can also be lethal if you have it in the brain, for instance, and a blood vessel will break. Many of these conditions cannot be treated, and the ones that can, they need lifelong medical management. In other words, there is no cure, and for these things, the cell therapy obviously would be a cure. So, some key takeaways from Cline Scientific today. We are very involved in developing new technologies for the life sciences. We have 2 clinical projects or preclinical projects that are on their way into the clinical phases with high value potential, both of them. And we think that you should look out for the upcoming results of our ex vivo testing sometime next year. And also progress in our cancer diagnostic project, CellRace, where the prediction algorithm that we are developing will be very exciting to see how that can be used and we believe that will be a breakthrough for us. Well, with that, I will leave you and thank you for listening, and hope that you're excited about this as I am, and we'll see each other again in not too long.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Patrick. Just had a couple of questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
You talked here about testing the STEM-CART project on human cartilage tissue, which you're expecting to start Q4 this year. What are your hopes of eventually bringing it to human clinical trials?
Those are to clinical trials. We are very hopeful, and we see that as obviously we need good results, just like any project needs. But after this ex vivo study, we have some other preparations that we need to do, and then we will apply for permission to start phase 1. So in our minds, a phase 1 study should be possible within a year to a year and a half to get started.
And if we look a little bit broader and look at the competitive landscape, how would you describe that landscape and Cline's position on it?
That's a good question. That has to be answered in two different ways. If you look at Cline's technology as such, is unique. There, as far as we know, no one is working with nano surfaces to introduce different biomolecules to cells and thereby elicit or responses or control cells, as we say. So there is very little or no competition from that aspect. When you come to our different clinical projects, though, that's a different story. The STEM-CART project is something that, not the STEM-CART product, but to repair cartilage, has been tried before, and there are a number of projects in clinical phases. However, they do not use the type of stem cells that we do. They are generally not allogenic, and it's questionable if the quality, if you want to call it that, of the cartilage that is delivered will last for, let's say, 20, 30 years. As far as the cancer diagnostic project goes, we feel that will take the diagnosis or prediction of metastasis much further, but obviously there are tons of biomarkers, genetic expression, etc., etc. So there is competition, of course. It's a good thing to have competition, though, because that means we don't have to build that market ourselves. So it's not necessarily a bad thing.
No. And finally, then, you have been on the Nasdaq First North Growth Market for a few months now. What are your long-term goals of being listed on Nasdaq?
Well, the primary reason for being listed on that, or to move to Nasdaq, was the fact that when we approached international investors as well as the larger pharmaceutical and life science companies, of which only one, as you know, is Swedish, they don't. When you say that you're listed on Spotlight Market, they don't know what that is. So there is quite a bit of uncertainty in what type of a company is Cline when you want to go that path. There is nothing wrong with Spotlight Market, but for us, number one, absolutely have to or would like to look for international investors, as well as, obviously, as I've said, our goals are to find a big-time partner in the life sciences. Then you need to be, if you are a listed company, you need to be on a stock market that is recognized and well known, and that's the primary reason for us moving to Nasdaq. Nasdaq has the name; it's a bigger market, etc., etc. So that's obviously it gives us access to a bigger market and more investors here in Sweden as well. But long term, it's actually the international aspect of it.
And with that, we thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
And for the next presentation, joining us via link from Boston is Abliva CEO Ellen Donnelly. Welcome, Ellen.
Hi, thanks, Cecilia. It's fun to be here, and thanks for offering us the opportunity to present. So today I'm going to tell you about Abliva. The company is focused on targeting the powerhouse of the cells. These are your mitochondria. And we're hoping that will help improve the lives of patients with primary mitochondrial disease, or PMD. We also call this mito disease, so we'll refer to it like that in the presentation. So Abliva is focused on becoming a leader in mitochondrial medicine. And you may think that sounds strange from a small company located in Lund, Sweden, but I think we have all of the framework necessary to do that. So I'm joined by a team of experienced individuals with over 20 years of experience in mitochondrial medicine and developing drugs for patients with mitochondrial dysfunction. Our company is located both in Boston. We have Abliva Inc. here, and I reside in Boston, and in Lund, where the head of the operations is located. Another thing that differentiates us from other companies is that we have a full R&D organization. That's important because we have a research group at Lund University that has the opportunity to run experiments for us. Anything from experiments that support our portfolio to experiments to find new drugs to bring into our portfolio. So that's a pretty unique component that we have within the company. We also have a development group led by Magnus Hansen, our CMO, who's responsible for putting our drugs into patients and into the clinic. We also, in the future, hope to build a commercial organization. So that's the part of the organization that will take the drugs to the patients. It's the sales and the marketing people you need on the ground to sell your drugs to patients with these diseases. Another thing that's interesting about our company is we're focused on a rare disease. This is important because it brings a lot of opportunities as far as regulatory assistance, tax credits, and everything. And the drugs that we have in the portfolio are first-in-class drugs. So that means that we're leading the way. There are no competitors that have drugs with similar mechanisms of action. And I say drugs because we have multiple drugs. We have 2 drugs that will be in the clinic next year. And again, that's pretty differentiating. Most companies our size only have 1. We're also publicly traded in NASDAQ, Sweden. Our market cap today is around 25 million US. So what have we got at Abliva? We have a lead program called KO1-333 that's 1 study away from approval. And I don't put that lightly. So this is a late-stage asset that, if positive in this next study, will be able to be marketed to patients with these primary mitochondrial diseases. Again, this drug is targeting a rare disease, mito disease, and it has a huge amount of potential. When we run the numbers, it looks like it could be over $1 billion blockbuster drug. We now have efficacy data in patients, and we have strong safety across multiple studies. So this drug really is ready to go into that final confirmatory study. We have another asset in our portfolio, NV354. This one's exciting to us because it was actually discovered by the scientists at Abliva. And this one will start in the clinic next year. This one is targeting a different PMD. It's called Leigh syndrome, and this affects small children. And as I mentioned, we have discovery efforts to bring more important drugs into the portfolio. So you may ask me, you've probably never heard of mito disease. So let's just spend a couple minutes talking about what that is. Mito disease is a devastating rare disease with severe symptoms and continuous deterioration. These patients have multisystemic problems, so many of their symptoms are involved. They may have heart issues, they may have a problem walking, they could have sensory deficits, have a hard time hearing. They often have a reduced quality of life and a reduced lifespan. There are no approved drugs for these patients. They take things to get them through the day, but that's it. They have nothing for their disease. And often they're told, oh, I'm sorry you have mito disease, but there's really nothing you can do about it. Which has to be very frustrating for our patients. This disease can either be caused by mutations in your nuclear DNA or your mitochondrial DNA. But any of the mutations in the DNA affect the mitochondria. So they make it so your mitochondria don't work. And that's a big problem because the mitochondria are found in almost every cell in your body except for your red blood cells. So you can imagine if you have a mutation affecting your mitochondria, you're going to have issues throughout your body. So I mentioned that we have 2 clinical stage programs. These both have unique mechanisms. So today I'll highlight both of them. We'll talk first about KO1-333. This is the drug that has a pivotal start upcoming. It's a first-in-class. We call it an NAD plus NADH modulator. And that's important because when your mitochondria don't work well, you get a lot of production of NADH, which is a coenzyme in your body, but you don't get any production of NAD+, and that's what causes the problem. So our drug KO1-333 actually brings that back into the normal range to make these patients feel better. And we are targeting with this drug multisystemic mitochondrial disease. So this journey to patients has been informed by patients. And I think that's one of the things I'm most proud of at Abliva is our focus and our commitment to the patients. Throughout this journey, we've spoken to patients closely, working with advocacy groups, individual patients, et cetera, to understand their disease and understand what they need from a new therapeutic. At the same time, we're obviously studying our drugs. And here you can see a slide that we've shown previously where we looked at the effect of KO-1333 in patient cells. And that was a really important experiment because that's using cells that come from patients. And we're seeing what our drug does when you administer it to those cells. And what we found out is it increased the energy in the cells. Not only did it increase the energy, but it also increased the number of mitochondria in the cells. And that was super important because that could allow us to have symptomatic, I feel better every day because I have more energy to do things, and disease modifying effects by the creation of more mitochondria. So that was super important research that was done in the preclinical setting, just using patient cells. So we continued to develop that relationship with patients and continue to talk to them. And then we did another study because we found when we talked to patients, what they said was the primary thing that bothers them with their disease and the thing that they were hoping we could help is their fatigue. And so we went, after talking to all those patients, and we went to the FDA and we said, how can we study this? We want to study fatigue in these patients because we think KO-1333 does a great job of improving the energy in the cells. And we think that that could translate to the patient situation of fatigue. And so that was a long conversation with the FDA through a number of meetings. And at the end, we decided to validate a fatigue endpoint using patients and having them help us understand their disease and how they are impacted by fatigue. We ended up validating the first PMD-specific endpoint in the industry. The reason this is important is because we believe that this is how our drug works, and we want to put it in clinical studies. But the problem with some of the clinical endpoints that you see, they aren't specific to the patients being studied. So often we use the same clinical endpoint in a variety of different patient conditions. And that often leads to a bad result. So what we did here is we modified the fatigue endpoints that exist already to be specific to the PMD patient population. That's been really important work that we've done, and that's been done in collaboration with the FDA. So we're super excited to have that first PMD specific endpoint. So then recently we got some patient data, which is even more exciting for all of us. So we ran a cohort of patients in the UK. This cohort was run during COVID, so you can imagine it was particularly challenging to get a PMD patient who suffers from this devastating disease into the hospital when they're COVID patients in all of the halls. But we managed to do it, and huge thank you to the patients that volunteered for this because it was a difficult time to be participating in clinical studies. So we had 8 patients in this study. 2 of them received placebo and 6 of them received drug. And that's a small group, but a mighty group, I must say. They were dosed for 10 days with the lowest dose of drug that we had, which was 50 milligrams. So small group, 10 days of dosing, low dose of drug. But it was interesting because everything seemed to kind of line up. So we had 3 endpoints that we looked at in that study. You can see one of them here, one of the fatigue endpoints. And they all seem to show a very big difference between the placebo patients and the patients that had taken our drug. And that difference was actually clinically meaningful. That's a term we use in drug development when we're trying to understand if the difference actually matters to the patient. And in this case, in all 3 endpoints, it appeared to matter to the patients. So that was nice. Then we also showed an impact or a correlation between the efficacy that we saw and the amount of drug the patients had in their body. So if a patient had more KO-1333 in their blood, they had a better response to the clinical outcomes. So that's important because it shows that we think the drug is causing the effect when you see that type of relationship. So that was super exciting to us. In that study, we also showed target engagement. The reason that's important is we need to know that our drug is doing what we think it's doing. And that was confirmed as well. So a really important study to give us a lot of confidence going into the next study. So now we're one study away from being available to patients to buy this drug at the pharmacy and take it on a daily basis. So I'm just quickly going to show you what that study looks like. This is a randomized study, placebo-controlled. A few more patients are going to get the drug than don't get the drug. That makes it easier and makes it more attractive for the patients because they know that their chances are higher that they'll get the drug in our study. We're going to take patients with mito disease. It needs to be multisystemic, but these patients also need to have chronic fatigue, and they need to have mitochondrial myopathy or muscle weakness associated with their disease as well, because those are the two things we're going to study. And you can imagine if we get a bunch of patients in our study that don't have fatigue, then it isn't going to have a nice outcome. So we want patients that first have genetically confirmed disease, then also have chronic fatigue and muscle myopathy. They're going to be treated with 2 pills a day for 12 months, and we're going to enroll anywhere from 120 to 180 patients. And as I mentioned, we're looking at 2 things in our primary endpoints. The first is fatigue, and that's from both the mechanism in the patients, and then 30-second sit to stand. This tests the muscle function, the muscle weakness in the patients. And that's a neat test, super easy for the patients. They just put their hands on their chest and then stand up and sit down as many times as they can within 30 seconds. So that's our second primary endpoint. The nice thing about having 2 primary endpoints is that you get 2 shots on goal. So if one of these is positive, we'll have a positive study. If the other is positive, that will count as a positive study as well. So a nice way to run a study with the 2 opportunities to show impact. The other good thing about having 2 primary endpoints is it makes it, if we hit on both of them, it obviously makes the label broader and makes us able to treat more patients with this devastating disease. So this drug is has a pretty substantial market behind us. We talk about rare diseases and we talk about small patient populations, but the size of the population really in this case is big enough to drive quite a large commercial opportunity. So you can see on the left side here a commercial opportunity of $1 billion, and that's with some pretty conservative assumptions, which you can see on the right. So a great opportunity for the drug to bring more money to Abliva. So I talked to you about KO-1333. I'm excited to present NV354 today because that study just got green-lighted to move into the clinic next year. This is another first-in-class drug. So again, we're paving the way with an energy replacement therapy. And this, as I mentioned, is going to target children. So NV354 is going to target a mito disease called Lee syndrome. This syndrome brings severe multi-organ deterioration to the patients. They usually live less than 5 years. And it's, again, another rare disease. We're hoping that our energy replacement therapy will modify their disease progression, not only make them feel better, but make them live for longer. This asset's now clinic ready, as I mentioned, following an MHRA review, a review by the regulators in the UK to make sure the study was ready to move, or the compound was ready to move into clinical studies. So what does NV354 do? This drug has a different mechanism of action that's really a bit simpler than the last one. So your mitochondria have 5 complexes within their electron transport chain. And usually one of them in many of these diseases is actually dysfunctional. And that's what happens. This doesn't work, and so you can't get the electron transport chain just isn't able to function. So we've designed a drug, it's called a prodrug because it can get into the cells, a prodrug of succinate. So this drug gets into the cells and basically it starts in complex 2 of the electron transport chain. So it basically ignores complex 1. So if complex 1 doesn't work, it doesn't really matter. Our drug comes straight into complex 2, goes through the electron transport chain and produces the energy that your mitochondria need to do for you to be helped. Again, disease modifying potential on this. It'll both protect the mitochondria and the loss of organ function, and it could prevent complications by acute energy crisis. It's an innovative prodrug approach, and it will enter the clinic quite soon. What does the drug do? Well, as I mentioned, we use patient cells with KO-1333. We also use patient cells with this program. And you can see over on the left that when you gave the drug, we had improved mitochondrial function, both in our control cells and in our lead patient cells. On the right, you can see something else important with this program. It gets into the brain. So this was the first set of experiments we do, is we try to look at the general characteristics of the drug. And we look at the properties. So through these early experiments, we found out that the drug had good oral bioavailability. It distributes in the brain quite well, and it has good tolerability and toxicology. It also, we've confirmed, does bypass complex 1 in the mitochondrial electron transport chain, and it did normalize the function of cells from lead patients. So that was all great data. Then we went a step further and just got some data out of a study that we did with a collaborator in Barcelona, where we looked at animals that had a dysfunction in complex 1 of the mitochondrial electron transport chain. And we showed that in those animals, if you give them NV354, you get a decrease in neuroinflammation in the brain, We saw a delay in the presence of motor symptom issues, and we saw improved weight gain in the animals. So all of that was super exciting for us and the NV354 program. So as we've discussed, what we've been doing for the past few years is putting together the preclinical data package. And in that discovery, we generated a whole lot of data, and we wanted to make sure that that data was sufficient to support a clinical study in healthy volunteers. So on September 1st, we took it to the regulators in the UK. This is called the MHRA. And we had a discussion with them about some of the data and what they thought about how we had characterized the response. And they were in support of all of our questions. And so at the end of the meeting, they agreed that the non-clinical data package did support the initiation of a phase 1 study. So that was a huge milestone for the program, and a great kudos to the team that has developed this program basically since the bench. So this team is on track for a phase 1 study start in 2022. Right now, we're focused on a number of things, but the key focus for getting it into the clinic is that we'll have to make the drug product. We already have the substance, but now we need to make the product, and luckily that's a pretty easy process. And then we'll put together our clinical trial application. This is just an assembly of all of the preclinical documentation suggesting that the drug is safe and could be efficacious in patients. That will lead to our first in-human study, again in healthy volunteers first in 2022. So that's the company. I think you've heard a few things today about why I think Abliva has a great chance at becoming a global leader in mitochondrial medicine. We have an experienced team. We have offices in both Boston and Lund. We have full R&D capabilities and the intent to build commercial. We have a portfolio of assets, extremely differentiating to have 2 programs in the clinic. The nice thing about that is we have a study that's going to start and be quite long. The KL1333 study will go for 2 years. And it makes it difficult if you only have 1 study. But we have other assets in the portfolio and other things that are moving forward. And so that gives us an opportunity to continue to come to events like this and talk to investors about all the news that we're generating on our programs. As I mentioned, just in follow-up, we're publicly traded on Nasdaq Sweden. So there's a great opportunity to invest in the company if it's something that's of interest. Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
And thank you, Ellen, for a very interesting presentation. I have a couple of questions for you. Like you mentioned here, Abliva has a couple of assets, and I actually wanted to start by asking you about one of the assets called Neurostat, and if you could give our viewers a bit of an update on that one.
Sure, yeah. Thank you for asking about that. That's an exciting program. I think it's close to all of our hearts. I actually worked in TBI when I was at Pfizer as well, so I know we all have an interest in traumatic brain injury. Unfortunately, that topic is off target, off strategy for Abliva now. As I told you, we're very focused on primary mitochondrial diseases or mito diseases, and so TBI is a bit different. But the nice thing is that the drug, as you know, has been included in a program called the Precision Medicine Program, and that's being run by Track TBI and funded by the Department of Defense. So that's a great opportunity to continue to move that program forward. That's dependent upon other phases being completed, but we're hopeful that Neurostat will still be included in that in the next year or so. There are other opportunities for that program as well as we look and talk to potential partners to make sure that that asset has the best opportunity to be successful. And that's really important to all of us, especially the team that has been with it for a long time.
Yeah, thank you for answering that question. I know a lot of viewers have been interested in an update. And if we then look more at Abliva's strategy for protecting these assets that you have in terms of patents and orphan drug designation and how this compares to your competitors, how would you describe that?
Yeah, that's one of the things that I looked at before I joined Abliva, because the protection of your estate is very, very important, especially as drugs progress into later stage development. And I think that that's something that biotech companies don't often do because it is quite expensive. And I think Abliva has a very, very strong patent estate. The team has focused on that. We have a number of experts that help us making sure that our patent strategy is strong and robust. And so the 2 lead assets have got a great patent estate. They both have composition of matter, and then we continue to try to put additional layers of protection on them through secondary patents, and that's an ongoing process that we really focus quite a bit on. The other way these assets are protected is obviously through orphan drug designation. And that, as you know, is something that a company can apply for if we believe that we're working in the rare disease space. The nice thing about orphan drug designation is it brings a lot of things. It brings a lot of opportunity to the company. So it allows us to go for frequent regulatory advice. We can get tax credits. We can get a quick approval. And so that's been important. So the lead asset KL1333 has both ODD designation in the EU and the US. That's another level of protection, because when you get that ODD designation and you get approved to market, it gives you 10 years in Europe or 7 years in the US of exclusivity. So that protects us, because somebody with the same mechanism of action can't come into the market and try to take our market. So that's important. NB354 was a little bit early, so we looked forward to filing for ODD designation for that program as well. And then there are another couple of kind of tools you can use here in this space as well, with fast track designation and breakthrough designation as well. So we're trying to make sure the assets have every opportunity to be successful. And I think both the robust patent estate and the ODD designation really helps us do that.
And then as a final question, how would you describe Abliva's current financial position?
Right, thanks for that question. So as of June, we had about 90 million SEK on the books, and that's focused mainly on the development of KL1333. The nice thing about the strategy that we've undertaken is that we've started working on the KL1333 global program already through a startup agreement with the CRO. And so that allowed us to start doing a lot of stuff on this global study as we progress and as we raise financing. So we have communicated to the market that we're looking for about $30 to $40 million to fund KL1333 and get it to regulatory approval.
Well, thank you so much for the Q&A and for the presentation.
Thanks, Cecilia. It's always fun to see you.
The last presenting company today will be Idogen, and with us we have Anders Karlsson, the CEO of the company. Welcome, Anders, and I leave the word to you.
Thank you, Olivia, and thanks for inviting me to BioStock Summit. I want to present and give you a brief introduction to Idogen today, and the agenda will be Idogen, a short introduction to our tolerogenic cell therapy, the cell therapy markets as such, our indications, the key projects, but also giving an indication of what we will do the rest of the year, but also in 2022. Short introduction to the company. We are a biotech company located in Lund, founded in 2008. We have 16 employees and we are listed on the Nasdaq First North Growth Market. We have a young IP situation. We sent in the patent application for our new technology, our upgraded tolerance inducer in December 2019 in a local application in UK, which was upgraded in December 2020 for an international PCT application. We are developing tolerogenic cell therapy. First development project is IDO8, covering hemophilia A patients who has developed neutralizing antibodies against their important factor VIII treatment. We have an external validation. In 2017 we received the Horizon 2020 funding, from which we received 2.9 million euro to cover parts of the development of the IDO8 project. We are now moving into the first in-human study and expected clinical readiness end this year. We will send in the clinical trial application and start the study beginning of second quarter in 2022. Our financial status, we entered into the second part of 2021 with around 30 million on the bank account. We also have a subscription of the warrant number 4, which gave us additional 10 million recently. What is cell therapy? And you can easily explain that cell therapy aims to treat diseases by using cells to repair or change other cells in the body. The cells are cultured outside the body before being injected into the patient. These cells can come from the patient and they are named autologous cells or from a donor allogenic cell therapy. I want to give you a brief introduction to our autologous cell therapy, and the dendritic cells plays an important role in the immune system and also how our autologous cell therapy works. The dendritic cells has an important role, and that is to sort different cells and molecules within the body. And as long as it looks like this, when you can detect virus, bacteria and cancer cells as enemies, and pharmaceutical, transplants and other tissues and in cells and organs, then it is as it should. But if the immune system starts to attack its own cells and organs, then we have a problem. You also see on the downside in the green cells, the regulatory T cells, which plays a very important role in our technology to give a long-term tolerogenic effect. We reprogram the cells, and instead of getting an attack, you normalize very specifically the immune system to tolerate the cells that have started the immune response to earlier attack these cells. We have a tailor-made technology, which means that we're using the patient's own cells. We collect the cells at the patient's home hospital, from which we are then sending the monocytes to our GMP facility, at which you introduce them to a disease-specific antigen, the trigger for starting the unwanted immunological response, as well as our patentable tolerance inducer. And this gives together the tolerogenic cell therapy, which we treat the patient with. We are thereafter sending back the cells to the hospital, at which the patient gets treated 1 to 3 injections every second week. As I mentioned, we have a platform technology for which we have applied for patent. It covers the platform. It covers also the 3 different projects. IDO8, treatment of patients that have developed neutralizing antibodies for factor 8. IDO-T, preventing rejection in organ transplantation, and IDO-AID, treatment for autoimmune diseases. In 2019, we took a very important decision, and that was to outsource the manufacturing of the cell therapy for the clinical trial for factor 8, the IDO8 project, which is then covering hemophilia. We made an agreement with Radboud University Medical Center in the Netherlands. They are world leading in manufacturing this kind of treatment based on dendritic cells. And this has been a very big step forward for having cell therapy available for the clinical trial that starts in early next year. The question is the market ready for cell therapy? And if we then take around 10 years back and look into the situation at that time, there were early stage, very few patients treated. It was ad hoc tools, but also in a stage where a few centers globally was performing this kind of medical treatment. If we look today, we have today commercially launched products, and we then take additional 10 years ahead from now. We will see a global manufacturing and distribution of this kind of treatment. We will also see a situation where we have processes for also handle this in a lot of hospitals covering the whole world. The trends in the market is there is a fast development within this area of cell and gene therapy, and there is also an increasing pipeline of new products. At the same time, also significant and increased investments in these areas. The innovations is around and within the small and mid-sized companies. At the same time, the resources for commercialization and further development and distribution globally is among the big pharma companies. So the current trend is that the companies, the big pharma named Pfizer, Novartis, Roche, Takeda, Astellas, is looking to acquire companies and projects that will fill their portfolio for the future treatment of these patients with a high medical need. If we look into other stakeholders and what they say about the development of this market, we look at MIT in Boston, and they say that they estimate around 15 to 30 cell and gene therapy products that will be launched in the next 5 years. FDA estimates that they will have approval of 10 to 20 cell and gene therapy products by the year of 2025. And market value for this kind of treatments will estimate to be around 40 billions by US dollar by 2024. Our markets, if we look into the target market and also values of these markets, we are defining Idogen's market for our cell therapy to be Europe, North America and Japan. And if we look there at the left-hand side, hemophilia, there is around 120,000 patients globally. And in this market, we then will have around 56,000 patients with hemophilia A. Around 1/3 of them has developed antibodies, neutralizing antibodies for factor VIII, and around 7,000 of them have not any treatment at all for this for the time being. In transplantation, the market is bigger. There we see around 90,000 patients globally transplanted every year. If we look into the market that we are identifying as target market, it will be around 40,000. And those with a living donor, which is the target market for the indication, we will have around 11,000. So hemophilia A is a smaller market, important market with a high medical need. If you look at transplantation, it's a huge market where we also will have the patient transplanted every year. Our prioritized projects. Hemophilia A, patient with antibodies. This is a genetic disorder which is a deficiency in clotting factor VIII. And the normal way to treat these patients is to give them coagulation factor VIII. But in 25 to 30% of these patients, the immune system attacks and destroys the factor VIII drug by antibodies. And the aim with this treatment is to reprogram the immune system to tolerate factor VIII and then be able to continue the treatment with factor VIII as such. So first the antibodies, then the treatment to create the tolerance for factor VIII and be able to treat with that. Here we are in the late stage of the development project, moving into clinical. And in the soon future, we will hand in the clinical trial application in the second part of 2021 and also aim to start the clinical study first half of 2022. Kidney transplantation, here we use the patient's cells, and we are loading these patients with the cells from the donor, and from that we make the cell therapy, and the aim is to get the recipient to tolerate the organ from the donor. Here we are a step after IDO8. We are now adapting the technology, the platform, to also fit for IDO-T. We are working very close to our advisory board, and we are also at the stage where we're working with preclinical data. Looking ahead, we will go the same route as for IDO8. We will prepare for clinical trial application, and we will also start the first clinical trial later. Project IDO-AID covers a lot of different autoimmune diseases. This is an asset for the company where we see a lot of potential opportunities to have licenses out on our technology platform and have collaborations with other partners which is very much into specific disease and can develop these kind of products together with us. Key activities 2021 and 2022. We are very much now working with the preclinical preparations for IDO8. We have a detailed planning for the clinical study, and we are now manufacturing also IDO8. Submission of the clinical trial is prepared now for end this year and study start in the first part of 2022. We are accelerating the IDO-T, and we are making the adaptation of the technology. We are preparing preclinical studies as well as working close to our advisory board. And we are extending our work with business development and partnering discussions, as well as looking for EU funding opportunities as a next step. So if we summarize this presentation, we have a well-advanced projects with a clear strategy ahead. We have a proprietary technology with patent application that lasts until 2040. We have a strong partner for high quality, large scale production. Our first clinical trial will start with hemophilia and is close to be up there in early 2022. And we are also looking for partnership for further development, especially for the IDO-AID project portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Anders. And you are now optimizing the production process before initiating the clinical trial with IDO8. Can you tell us a bit more about this optimization work?
Yes. When you're developing cell therapy, I mean, you are very much in the front line, and you are also working with the patient's own cells. And we very close from now or in August, we find out that we actually had better data in our own development facilities than we had implemented in our manufacturing process. And then we decided to take one more loop to upgrade the production process. So that is what we're doing now. And we aim to send in the application for clinical trial in December this year.
And how do you view IDO8's potential in hemophilia?
The potential is interesting since the standard of care today is factor VIII. And this is, so to say, the standard of care. This is what the clinician wants to give to the patients. We have an opportunity, if successful, to be able to take away the effect of the neutralizing antibodies and then be able to get the patient continuously receive factor VIII treatment. So this is an interesting gap to fill, where we today not really have a treatment that can do like that.
And where do you see Idogen a year from now?
A year from now, we will be in the middle of a clinical study with IDO8, which is very exciting, I should say. At the same time, we will also be more progressed for the next indication, IDO-T, which has a huge potential for the future. So I see a bright future from now.
Yeah, it seems that you have an exciting time ahead of you. So thank you for coming here today, Anders.
Thank you, Olivia.
And this was the last presentation for today. So thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow again at 10 for the second day of BioStock Life Science Summit.